強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさのしじなに何を見て何を探してきた自分の声がただ響く幾千万の星の中で惹かれて出会った守り手たちよ回る回る時の輪の中で自分の弱さ強さの先に同じ空誰かが見上げてるそう信じて消されない虹の奇跡
Welcome one, welcome all to playoffs time, baby. Blue Otter Diamond League, and you've got Slayfire to take you guys through it. Obviously, I'm the Slay, and Slayer down there is the LJ Vogel 2, also known as Bonfire, my man.
I gotta
Rocking a
change
new
that,
setup. You do need to change that.
Yeah, I got a new desk. Kind of sick. I'm hoping to get a second monitor soon. I got the Team Liquid flag finally hung up. Oh, there we go. It's no longer, kind of draped over. I got some command hooks. Everything's feeling pretty good in the apartment, and I'm feeling pretty good about this cast. We're finally into playoffs. All these teams have battled it out all season long for their rankings, and we get to see two teams maybe near the lower half of the seeding, but definitely not near the lower half of the skill-wise. This feels like, I don't know if you agree or disagree, this feels like this league, anybody could win on any given night. And so for both of these teams, even though they are the 5 and the 6 seed, I feel like they could make a run, whoever makes it out of this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, quite literally, we both have visibly, I know you guys can see us. Obviously, you're watching the game, but I like to peek at myself and Bonfire sometimes when we're casting, and we both were losing our minds the last time we were on a cast here, quite literally with the wackiest game ever. So I know to expect all sorts of chaos when it comes to the Blue Water League. Not much chaos so you can get through with the draft, at least yet. We're only on bans, but we are already into game 1 picks and bans. And before we start reflecting on that and looking at some of these picks, I want to remind everybody at home, I can be corrected if I'm wrong, anybody with the Blue Otter staff team, the lovely staff team, but we are in best of 5 territory. This is the quarterfinals, and this is the 4-5 matchup. So, unless I'm wrong, usually BO5 signals, hey, whoever loses this is out of the league. That's what I think we're playing with here, and we're playing with two teams that narrowly divided themselves in the standings here. ID Hydra was the 4th seed. They selected the blue side, and they are going to use that for what on their B1 pick, Bonfire?
I would imagine the Maokai, and indeed it is going to be locked in. And Maokai, well, it hasn't had the highest first pick priority in Worlds. It is the most picked champion in this BOL Diamond League. I mean, has a 22 times it's been picked with a 59% win rate. Pretty darn good. And so it makes sense that they are going to pick up this Maokai. Now the question is, what do they pair it with? A lot of times you'll see the Jace Maokai, a very strong duo, but realistically it's hard to go wrong. On the other side of things, we are seeing that Senna has been rising to prevalence ever since it was played a couple of days ago by NRG against G2. I feel like that's when it really got on the big stage, and starting to see it now here.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about when NRG tried it against Eastern competition.
Did they? I didn't even see it.
Yeah, right, huh? Yeah. NRG actually just withdrew themselves from Worlds out of courtesy for the rest of the teams because they didn't want to slap them too hard. What I find interesting, though, is that the Senna is not immediately slammed by the Tahm Kench, who on this current patch is very strong. He got buffs that allow him to be that late game menace that's like really unkillable. So Tahm Kench has gotten buffed, but they don't pair it next to the Senna immediately. I don't believe ID Hydra are going to try and slam it back. I think it's viable to send Tahm Kench back kind of topside with his new sort of buffs, but that would be a really early lock-in. And I'm curious to see if Novasphere Myth will still pick up the Tahm Kench. The Zyra is actually going to be the answer with the Ezreal. which is not the pairing you normally see. So does this open up the Tom Kench now for Novasphere Myth?
Yeah, I think the idea with leaving that Tom Kench open is that you're gonna get it no matter what. If ID Hydra picks it themselves, I think they're not thrilled about it because it has really good synergy with Senna, and that's really it. And so it feels like you're probably gonna get it no matter what, and then they want the priority of having the Ivern, or just ignore me and don't listen to what I'm saying. Instead, it's gonna be the Ashe Senna, the perma-slow bot lane, just chase you down. It is against this poke comp, and this is kind of what I wanted to mention. ID Hydra have this incredible poke comp already. Maokai saplings, Ezreal Qs, Zyra, plants everywhere. It's going to make it so difficult for anybody on Novasphere to walk into really any objective fight. And these are going to be long and slow and drawn out fights. And so the question is, what do they pair that with? My eyes are looking at the fact that Jace completely left open. And so I would slam that Jace right here. And then you've got this incredible poke comp, maybe a tank top, wrap it up, throw it in a bow. You have yourselves the poke comp of dreams.
Well, it is Christmas season now, so can wrap up
Well,
bows, am I right?
after Thanksgiving.
I said that to piss you off. No. This is not Christmas season just yet. Cassante is going to be the blind here if you are Novasphere Myth, right? I think the poke comp is really smart move here if you go for ID Hydra, but you still have the R5 capability if you are Novasphere Myth. And I like leaving it for mid because currently Cassante, I feel like you can pick him against anybody, and he fares pretty well. Pretty stupid champ in my mind. Let me do the Showmaker pose. Anyways, that's my toss to you, Bonfire. I'm just gonna stand here like this.
Yeah, I love Showmaker. Don't punch me, please, Mr. Showmaker. It is going to be the Jax, which I actually don't hate it. I think when you've got a poke composition, it makes it very difficult for the other team to just start up objectives. And so if you're the Jax, you're saying, guys, just let me side lane, and you guys just poke them out of every fight. Vex would be great. Ziggs adding to that poke comp. I actually like that better than Jace now that I think about it. You do need AP. And so I'm just gonna stop talking. I'm just gonna no longer make predictions. Okay, Ahri. I mean, realistically, I don't like Ahri as much, but it's it's a champion.
Reduce Bonfire's analysis to it's a champion. What have you done, ID Hydra? We have five. We have at least 3 games. Guys, come on, you gotta get him through it. All right, so Ahri at least makes it pretty hard to counter pick him. Kassadin is crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So.
Oh my goodness.
Ahri, I was gonna say Ahri's a good safe blind on B5, right? Like you're not gonna be able to punish an Ahri very harshly once level 6 comes around. But now you've actually given Ahri the onus in the lane because if you think Ahri's not very as useful until you get level 6, have you heard of Kassadin?
Yeah. Ahri also, I think, just slams Kassadin in the laning phase. So Kassadin's going to have a pretty difficult time of things going into this Ahri. I think the idea for Novasphere is you play for late, you've got a Senna and a Kassadin, and you also have an Ivern. So this Kassadin should survive the initial burst of, hopping into the middle of everybody with the Rift Walk. And you've got a Senna as well to heal up. You've got the shields that both of them provide. I mean, the idea is just build up this Kassadin late. Expect to see this Ivern in the mid lane quite often. For ID Hydra, I really, really liked the Ziggs pick. I feel like it really completed the poke composition. It would have been so difficult for Novasphere to get into these objectives. But let's think about it. Let's get that Ziggs out of our mind. Why did they pick the Ahri? I think the Ahri helps at least a little bit with the engage part of it, because when you've got a Maokai and just a Maokai, starting fights is very difficult. And so I think the idea is we need a little bit more engage. Maybe the Ahri can be that.
Yeah, and for here in the mid lane for ID Hydra, I think you'll have first roam ability a lot of the time in the early portions once you get level 6, mainly because, like you talked about, Ahri's going to have a lot of the onus in the lane early. So if you are this Kassadin, you're kind of going to be behind. Once level 6 comes around, you have to catch these waves constantly because you're behind. It's going to give Ubu that ability to roam first and be effective on the map. Because, honestly, both these champions, that's kind of what you want to do. Maybe not as much Kassadin, but champions that have mobility in their kits and some CC, you want to get them roaming. You want to get them helping for Drake takes, Rift Heralds, occasional path bot. And Ahri has all that in her kit, especially if you go Everfrost like most Ahri players do.
Yeah, and Ari will scale up to a decent proportion, should, in the late game be able to blow up the Ashe or the Senna if the charm lands. But talking about that scaling, I do feel like Novasphere just kind of greatly outscaled this ID Hydra squad. My concern is late game ID Hydra. So the issue with Ezreal, I hate to say it because I know you're a big Ezreal guy. Ezreal late game just does not do a ton of damage. You're able
No,
to
he doesn't.
poke out, which is great. And you're able to do good burst damage. But in terms of a front to back, you're always going to prefer the Ashe. Zyra falls off a cliff late game. And so if you're ID Hydra, you really need to get things done early. And like I said, I feel like I'm hammering this home with the poke composition. You were great for skirmishing. Just don't get engaged upon. Consistently poke them out of every single fight. Get a couple of dragons under your belt, and then you can start to ease into fights that you want to take. If you're Novasphere Gaming, it's the opposite. Force into big team fights with a Cassidy and an Ivern in a Senna late game, you should win every single one of them.
Yeah, I think every lane except jungle, and even in some departments jungle, Novasphere myth outscales, right? So, Ivern, his shielding and protection ability is going to outscale that Maokai, but like obviously Maokai, he is very effective in the later game as well. Scaling doesn't really matter for either of those champs. That's what I'm trying to say. Scaling doesn't matter for a Maokai and an Ivern, right? But yeah, across the board, yeesh, it is a scaling thing. So the ticking time bomb analogy will come out as always. I also think if you're ID Hydra, you should be leaning a lot more on the split push. I know it's something that a lot of teams struggle to execute well, especially around this level. I've seen it in higher levels too. I mean, like uncapped teams also struggle playing split push. But you can, if this Ari's taking teleport, split push pretty well. And Jax, we know he's a split push demon, as he's always been.
Yeah, and nobody's going to be able to match this Jax as well. And especially because you think of this Cassidy as somebody who wants to be able to get into the side lane and just blow anybody up that goes near them. But I actually think I favor Jax into a Cassidy. You're basically just hopping onto a Jax with Counter-Strike. You get stunned, he pops ult, gets the empowered W, and the third proc of his, strike, you're probably just a dead Cassidy. So yeah, I'm glad you brought up that split pushing mentality. I also kind of wanted to talk about pushing lanes. I feel like it's not mentioned enough when talking about drafts is, pushing lanes, and especially against an Ivern who can't really take his own camps when there's somebody else right next to him. Something that's important to mention is ID Hydra have a lot of pushing lanes. Cassidy gets pushed in, Cassante can go even, but Jax should push him in. And Senna Ashe, as annoying as they are, I do feel like Ezreal and Zyra should be able to poke them out. So with 3 potential pushing lanes, I want to see this Maokai invading. I want to see them getting deep wards and constantly tracking the pathing of the Ivern. Because if they can do so, they can steal camps, they can go for dives, they can fight, without the worry of a potential jungle presence. That could be another potential win con for ID Hydra, because we've talked about late game. If this goes on any further, Novasphere are in a great position to win.
I do want to give some credit to Tritsu for the Ivern pick or the coaching staff Novasphere myth here, because you mentioned it, right? Like you see these pushing lanes coming in, it makes it tough for Ivern. Think about how many other junglers would have made like that such more of an issue. You know what I mean? Like Maokai, yeah, sure, you can invade with him, but he's not like an invading champion like a Lee Sin. You're not talking about like a Jarvan once he gets level 3 trying to invade, or a Xin Zhao, we've seen a bunch of him being played. A Vi. Like those champions would really punish Ivern harshly, especially with those pushing lanes. Maokai, yeah, I mean he can have a bit of sneaky damage early on, but he's not made to punish pushing lanes with invades as much as a lot of the other champions that are currently at the top of the meta.
Yeah, I think that's true, and I do think the Maokai, the strength is less about the individual play and more about the team fighting. And kind of bringing up that team fighting, I was talking about the Ahri, the fact that they needed kind of to get some CC and some engage in that regard. I actually think that they don't really need to be the ones to first engage. Your poke composition with the Maokai ultimate and the Zyra ult. Like, just back away if you ever get engaged upon and poke out in every single team fight. On the other side of things, Novasphere Gaming want to engage, but I'm a little concerned because they just don't have a really easy go button. I mean, off of an Ivern route, potentially, I suppose. Cassante isn't great. I mean, Ashe Arrow, like you said, is kind of the only real strong first engage. But that's kind of a little concerning for me because ID Hydra are going to win in the poke department. They're just going to win in a war of attrition in these fights. They have great disengage. I'm just not sure if you're Novasphere Gaming how you get into these fights. And so they really need this casting to scale up where you can get a couple Rift walks off and just run through everything that ID Hydra have in front of them. But in terms of this draft, if we're being brutally honest, I just like ID Hydra's comp a little bit more.
I think you're failing to forget. I think you're failing to recognize that Skywriting's actually going to get to 2,000 souls collected on this Senna, and then just
You're
outrange
right.
everybody. Game's over.
Yeah. Just shooting from the Nexus into the other
Yeah.
Nexus. I forgot
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah, you forgot about that. Yeah, exactly. So that's what happens when you pick Senna. All jokes aside, folks, we've got intriguing draft for game number 1 here. Certainly one that Bonfire would like to rewrite, but he can't. He has to go watch it play out on Summoner's Rift, just like all you guys do at home as well. But before we get to that, we're going to go to our quick intermission per usual. Game number 1, quarterfinals, best of 5. Your 4-5 seeds going head-to-head starts in just a couple of minutes. And it all begins here, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1, BOL Diamond League playoffs. We all fought really hard to get here and went through some wacky games. Actually, both of these teams have been a part of wacky games that myself and Bonfire have gone to watch. And, well, Bonfire, would you describe the draft we've had as wacky? Because I feel like you would.
Yeah, I don't think the wackiness is gone yet. I think the wackiness is still among us. Also, there's a G2 and a C9 and a Team Liquid player all playing in this game. Two and a Dom1 player. Wow, we have there's like an all-star draft we got going on here. I will never understand naming yourself after a team. I think it is very strange. But you know what? I respect it, especially the Team Liquid one. You know me. I'm a big TL guy. You know
man.
me.
Yeah, man. Well, whatever, man.
But yes, we do have a lot of fun names, including C9 Uwu, who congratulations Uwu for getting there. G2 the Orion, TL Volter,
Boo.
C9
Yay.
Paladin, and
Yay.
Dom1 Sack Delate.
Less boo than the EU one, but still a
This is
boo.
true. We do like Showmaker and Canyon in this household.
I just Europe can shove it.
I know. It tells you something about Europe, the fact that we are more mad at Europe than Korea.
Dude, Korea player, yeah, I don't know. Like, it's funny because like EU, like I might get flamed for this if this ever ends up on Twitter. EU always when they are when like it's EU versus NA, like they're just ruthless, you know, like they're like always mega toxic. And then I go on like Korean or like Korean Twitter, I see like clips from it. It's all them like freaking out about how some players look like K-pop stars. They're like, ooh, that's cool. Like they don't give, like, they're not mean. They're not mean.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. I 100% agree. And we saw that. I don't know if you saw the video of the T1 players talking about how good Energy looked.
Oh,
and
yeah,
they're like,
yeah.
Yeah. They're like, Dokla, he's always good. So stuff like that. It enamors you to Korean culture and the Korean scene. And EU, man, they're just salty. I don't know. I don't think they like being so close to NA, I suppose. But very mean spirited.
And then like China's pretty cocky too, but they like earn it. You know what I mean?
This is
Like
true.
LPL
This is true.
like LPL.
Also, I will say China has the funniest flame of all time. I don't know if you've ever been on Weibo. It is hilarious to see how they talk about League. It is very, very funny. So I don't mind that they flame because they actually are very funny when they do it. So that is I guess our rant out of the way, as we've just completely ignored this early game.
Well, not too much has happened, especially compared to what we thought would happen. Zyra, obviously in the bottom lane, is doing a really good job zoning the Orion, keeping that perma-slow bot lane off, and Uwu's doing a really good job punishing the melee matchup mid. It's so much so that Treatsu has had to come over and just not really gank, but just prime the wave to get Uwu off of his mid laner at this point. And that's kind of what we expected, right? When you pick Cassin into an Ahri, a champion that needs level 6 more than Ahri does.
Yeah, and this is why I was slightly concerned about this composition from Novasphere. The Ivern, pretty good gank angle right there. The Ahri was overpushed, he misses the root, and then he just walks away. And there's just kind of a lack of engage in this jungle mid duo. And so if I'm Uwu, I'm thinking, yeah, this is great for me. I really don't have to be too concerned. As long as I dodge the root from this Ivern, I should be Jay chillin'. And I mean, look at how aggressive this Ahri is playing, even with concerns of we don't know where this Ivern is. Just playing so confident, and starting to get concerned because at least early on we're starting to see the danger of these pushing lanes in the CS department.
And what's interesting is I gotta give a little credit to the Orion because Zyra, yeah, sure, is very good at poking and zoning with plants, but it's a Senna Ashe, right? Like this is supposed to be a good answer. And you can see all the pandemonium these plants are causing. Like they did a great job getting level 2 first. And now they've just turned that into a sizable CS lead. They're crashing waves into these turrets. And yeah, I know turret plating has been nerfed and turret, resistances has been buffed in recent patches, but plates are still plates. And bottom lane and mid lane are trucking along pretty well to grabbing some for ID Hydra.
Yeah. Yep, here comes Treatsu. What's he able to do? Drop a plant and walk away. I mean, maybe they go for more of a committal if the Maokai's not there, but just to hammer home my point, like there's just no concern from Uwu right there, and Uwu feels very comfortable to be able to get that push in, get a free back. I probably doesn't even have to expend teleport if they don't feel like it. Orion is able to freeze this wave, so this advantage for Epic Fail Guys going to continue to grow in the bot side on this Ezreal. Feels like ID Hydra just playing this one out really well early on. Now the question is, right, it's great to get 100, 200 gold lead for themselves. They get the advantage and push, whatever, whatnot. That's all great. The question is, are they able to translate it into neutral objectives? With Dragon now up and Rift Herald up in the next couple minutes, the question is, are they able to do so? We'll have to see.
Exactly, right? And this is also the expected result we talked about, right? Is the fact that ID Hydra have drafted to be the powerhouses in the early game, but mostly the mid game. That's what their comp is designed to do. Once these ultimates come online, Maokai has a lot of gank onus. You have the roamability of Ahri. You already see who's got those advantages. Like, this is a comp they're expected to come out big in the early game, mid game with those skirmishes. So we're kind of, in a weird way, trucking along to expected results if you are ID Hydra.
Yeah, I think if you're ID Hydra, you're really happy about this one. They're going to start this Dragon, and I just don't think they're not going to start the Dragon. Sorry, they're going to take the Scuttle first, but I think they'd be happy taking the Dragon. They have push in bot, they have push in mid. It's an early game cast in. I don't think they're too concerned. They've got Sutek here. I think they're just going to get this push in bot and then take the Dragon. And that's what I was talking about. I was mentioning in draft, this is where their strength is: early Dragons, early Rift Heralds, and then spike in the mid game. Yeah, all's going according to plan, like you just mentioned.
It is interesting to see that both junglers, who are pretty passive in the damage department, have already kind of chosen smite that are pretty aggressive, and also items that are more aggressive. We see the Dark Seals come out here for Tritsu, and Sutek has also got a Blasting Wand, his bot lane. We do get a good root there by the Orion. Good flash forced out there from Skywriting, who was in the mist, but still didn't want to get engaged on. So one root, flash down. You'll take that if you're the Orion every day, including Sunday.
Yeah, including Sunday, which is tomorrow. Yeah, no, look, you're always happy about that one. Getting flash off of Senna is actually fairly important because this is a champion with basically 0 health early on. I think actually has the least amount of health minus Yuumi early on.
Maybe Sona.
Yeah, I actually think it's just Yuumi and Senna, if I'm being honest. So it feels great to get that flash off because the kill pressure is just that much more. You do see DK, Saktale, doing a great job. Had to sack really early on as a Cassidy, but finally getting some decent trading patterns with Uwu, which feels a lot better than just kind of falling behind. Still is getting the wave push in, is still going to be in that CS deficit like we kind of expected, but at least are not just losing health by the minute. And so it does feel pretty good. And we are going to have to keep an eye on this Cassidy, as Uwu should know that Tritsu is here. And Tritsu, again, the 3rd time now, walks into the mid lane and then walks away.
Yeah, this is the problem with the Ivern pick, right? Is you had your window to gank an Ahri, which was way earlier than this. And now you've got Spirit Rush. And Uwu might decide to use it here onto Tritsu. There comes Daisy out. Orion is here, flashes over for the big root, and locks down Tritsu. First blood going over to Uwu, and they're not done. Flash forward, twisted advance. All out comes out from Kaladin, trying to trade Sutek back out, and it's the Dawning Shadow to find it, but Valter is there as well to make sure the Cassidy falls. So all in all, it is ending up a 2-for-1 Orion with the big-time plays.
Yeah, that's a great roam right there from Orion. And how about the confidence on this player as well to flash the wall as Zyra, get the root off the damage, and being able to make it a net positive for your team. Obviously, it is going to be traded in the bot side. Double Marksman should be able to push in and get it a plate, maybe even 2. It looks like they're going to have to back off. But at the end of the day, the big winners there, ID Hydra. They get the kills. They're going to get first, roam over onto the Rift Herald, get the vision set up. That's another neutral objective taken. ID Hydra cruising along here.
Yeah, and interesting itemization choice here. Bonfire. Uwu grabs both of those kills, actually, and does not slam the Everfrost. Now, that's usually what you see from Ahri's because you want that extra utility, because Ahri in a lot of ways becomes a utility champion, not a damage champion, as Orion might get jumped on here. They do have Saktalight going a little too far, and they are going to utilize the Nature's Grasp here. Flash Charm locks down both of them. Ooh, doing a great job playing that assist maker, but the flash away from Saktalight will keep him safe. No Spirit Rush for Uwu. But man, ID Hydra, they're aggressive early.
Yeah, they're aggressive early, and it's expected, but what's not expected is how well they're doing with it, right? We talked about how this is a poke composition. They want to set up and just kind of whittle down the opponents, but they're showing that they can do it in both ways. That's a great engage right there from Uwu. We criticized the Ari pick, but that's why they drafted it, because if they can get the charm, they can pair it alongside the Maokai, and the CC is so good. Now, the issue is they don't just have the damage yet, and so unfortunately they do have to settle for a flash from the Kassadin alongside the flash from Uwu. But it is great because this Kassadin doesn't have teleport. He gets a huge chunk right there from Uwu. And late game, that's not going to be a chunk. That is going to be a dead mid laner. And so, they're doing a great job, at least early on, at showing that, yeah, they can take these team fights in more than one way.
Well, that's one of the points I want to talk to you about before we got interrupted here and I went too long-winded. But talking about the damage for Ari, this is not being an Everfrost. The Liamdries really just reinforces that Uwu wants to be that damage threat.
Yeah, and not only wants to be the damage threat, wants to kind of be a half poke champion. I think with the Ludens, you want to blow somebody up, you want to get the initial kill, and kind of hop back away and just be an assassin Ari. But with the Liandries, you're just throwing out Qs. You're popping your W, hoping that all of the damage lands and chunks out these tankier members, like the Ivern and like the Cassante.
Right.
And so I do like the itemization. I think it's fair. And I think that the Everfrost, sure, it's great when you're going into, having to be that initiator role. But, looking at this team composition, we were hoping for a Ziggs or a Jace. This actually allows the Ari to do something similar to what those two would do.
Yeah, you already have more than enough engaged with the Orion skit and Sutek alone. And you still have a stun with Counter-Strike if you really need it from Valter. So I like it, I like it mostly because you have a lead, right? Uwu picked up 2 kills. You're a team that needs to slam early mid-game, so why not get those picks? That was a big nature's grass coming out from Sutek, but really just utilizes a zone, as I believe now ID Hydra will try and turn onto this Drake. Haven't started yet, though.
Yeah, hold on a second. See, the Orion might be in trouble here.
Ooh, eats an arrow. Daisy might get the knockup. Donning Shadow over top. Zyra is a squishy champion that just got popped. We get a huge Tanglethorn back. Tritsu having to flash away. Sutek very low. Epic Fail Guy gonna make sure the junglers get traded, but here is Uwu. With all that power, the mythic item lands a beautiful charm on the Sack Delight, but nobody falls just yet until that Q comes across for Epic Fail Guy. Nothing failing about this play for ID Hydra.
Yeah, they win the war of attrition right there. Orion falls, but not for nothing. Beautifully played, and that's what we had mentioned. This is how they have to fight these team fights. Just slow and steady wins the race. Epic Fail Guy and Uwu just chunking away at every single member. The Qs land, the charms land, and nobody except for the Ashe is able to walk away with their life. And now ID Hydra are in a good position for that mid game. They were taking it slow. Things were looking pretty decent for Novasphere, but now they're down gold, and they feel like they might be in a hole here, a deficit. They don't have a ton of engage to force fights. They're going to have to go for picks, but it just feels very, very tough.
Might get tougher because Kaladin's going to get 2v1. Goes all out, though. This is the power of the Cassante, but a good flash away from Valter. Orion has more than enough damage to carry it across. Orion making a difference in every lane right now, it feels like, for ID Hydra.
Yeah, it does mean they are going to potentially lose the Dragon. Sutek doesn't flash. Oh, boy.
He went for it. 74 HP, it's smited and secure. The Nature's Grasp will delay his untimely death. He might try and fight his way out here. He's got Epic Fail Guy poking over the wall. Teleport going to come out as well here from Valter. Epic Fail Guy trying to clean up Uwu. The flanks coming out. They're going to make him pay in spades for that Dragon. One more shot might actually take out Tritsu, who is limping away, and Daisy's doing a good job of protecting her creator. But ID Hydra, man, they are on a killing spree.
Yeah, and the Orion does not want to let Tritsu go away. And with this wave pushed in, Tritsu, you're in a lot of trouble, my friend.
Epic Fail Guy can't hit those Qs just yet. Does land one, but these are 2 squishy champions. The Stranglethorns will set it up, though. Epic Fail Guy 4-0 now on this Ezreal. And all the carries getting all the kills for ID Hydra.
Yeah, they got mid lane as well. This gold lane has ballooned. It was 2,500. Now it is about 4.5. They do lose the Dragon, and it looked tough from Sutek, right? You were stuck in the pit, but they just did not focus the Ezreal, and the Ezreal was able to free hit there. Things looking very tough. Kaladin hasn't really done a lot in this game, but might end up losing his life. All out, not available.
Not available at all, so this is a very tanky defensive Cassante. Great flash stuff from Calden to dodge one of the few stuns that could come his way. That'll keep him safe as long as he doesn't over-aggress here. Doesn't have the unstoppable form. He is going to get slapped back towards his turret. Grandmaster's Might out. Nature's Grasp as well. Can they burn the Cassante under the turret? Ooh. The Dawning Shadow and the Iron Shield say hell no. Enough to keep him safe, but not by much.
Yeah, just limping away right there. Has to burn the flash and needs the jungle help. Means he's going to have to back. Does have teleport, so shouldn't lose this tower, but I don't know. Goes to show you how difficult this feels to play for Novasphere. Just doesn't ever feel like they're on the right foot. They're always on the back foot. They're always playing reactionary, and it happens right there. They lose their top laner. Well, they don't. The top laner doesn't die, but they lose him in terms of vision control, which means they are going to lose the Rift Herald. And it's another neutral objective going over to ID Hydra. They feel very comfortable right now. It just feels like they're playing like, yeah, we're gonna win this game, and that's the confidence you want to see out of a team.
Ooh, but you gotta be careful. Volter nearly pays the Cassante price, right? You always think he's cornered. The all-out can change the tide of a fight, but Calden will use that one defensively, I believe, and it's already burnt out here. They're gonna drop Shelly, and Shelly will likely drop this first turret. A lot of Novasphere myth here. They get a big root onto the Orion, the squishy member. Calden's going all forward, but they can't kill him off. Finally gets the burn, and Valter and company now have to back out. Or do they? Grandmaster's Might. Valter still wants to go forward, taking a ton of damage here, trying to get those empowered autos out, but he's knocked back and knocked down by Sack Delight. True Shot Barrage is going to whiff. Sutek is now all alone, 1 versus 3. A lot of low health bars, but he's just a damn tree. He can't knock anybody down, and he'll fall as well. Here comes Novasphere Myth.
Yeah, don't count them out right now. That is a lot of important kills to get. They don't have the Ezreal there, or the Ahri, and that's critically what's missing. That's most of their damage, if not all of it. Sutek and Valter not really doing enough. Ooh, has to be careful. Surge and Skyriding.
Oh, yep, there he goes. Gets hit by the arrow, but he has that ultimate that gets him out so easily. And that's the problem with trying to pick off an Ahri, is if Spirit rushes up, she can dash halfway across the map before you get any of your damage down. So, ooh, still very safe. And the other carry showing up here. Does Epic Fail Guy want the smoke? Good Mystic Shot landed, and you can see how powerful this Ezreal is. Senna tanks about 5 of those, she's dead.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? We talked about this Ezreal not scaling nearly as well as many other AD carries, but I think when you're 4-0, you will be fine into the late game. You know, until everybody is full build, this Ezreal will be an issue. Is hyperscale, does have 2 items, and just back to get boots and a serrated Dirk. I mean, this is a very, very strong Ezreal. The serrated Dirk's kind of interesting.
Yeah, so I was gonna do this, the Ezreal bit, right? Because I don't know a lot about builds, as I might not even get it out. Orion gets rooted. All right, never mind. Safe for now. There's no arrow. But the point I want to make, there's a lot. I know a lot about Ezreal builds, right? Because I play him all the time. Ezreal, I knew what he was going for until that serrated. I know I still know what he's going for. So he's going for an old lethality build that you're supposed to utilize if you really feel like you're going to carry a game, right? Like, this spikes super hard in the mid game. He does disgusting damage, and disgusting damage specifically to squishy targets. So this build is really well utilized for his lane partners, right? Like, he's going to blow up Senna and Ashe if he gets combos down, like, more than any other build. The problem with this build is, you talked about how Ezreal doesn't scale. He certainly doesn't scale with this build at all. Valter does scale, but he's gonna have to flash away here on that Jax as he does get jumped on. And I've once again long-winded the point. My point here is Bonfire against the Trinity Force build. That one is much better for dealing with frontline, fronting to backing, scaling as best as you can. This one is all for winning the game as quickly as possible and blowing up squishies.
Yeah, and that is what Epic Fail Guy is looking to do, right? You're not really concerned about damaging the Cassante. Realistically, as long as you're able to hit onto the back line, you're pretty happy. You know, you're aware that you're not going to scale as well as any other AD carry in the game, as any other marksman in the game. And so you just say, you know what, that's okay. I'm 4-0. I'm just focused on damaging the squishies. Epic Fail Guy does have to burn cleanse there. Gaston's here, but I just don't think, again, lack of engage. Who's the one that's going to, you know, start the fight? They bring 5 down. All they get is a cleanse out of Epic Fail Guy.
Well, I'm glad I didn't miss too much when Discord decided to screw me over there. But, like, just getting a cleanse out of Ezreal, not enough. I agree. I agree with your point.
Not nearly enough, especially because Ezreal has so much disengage already in his kit. Yeah, it just doesn't really feel like it's enough. And look, we mentioned this in draft, and it's really starting to come to fruition here. The lack of engage from Novasphere. They're continuously in good positions for these fights, but it just doesn't feel like they have the right tools to be able to take them on their own terms, and starting to become a huge issue because when you're not able to take down this 600 gold bounty Ezreal, when you land an arrow on him, that's a little concerning. I don't think you get a much better engage than that.
Well, this is really aggressive, though. Going to be spotted out. Sutek and Uwu are the ones trying to burn down the Baron with the plant's help. This is nearly off spawn here, so ID Hydra really grasping the identity of we need to win now. And they're going to keep going for this. There's a teleport. Yep, Valter coming in from behind here. And this is a great flank, but he's all alone until a big root comes across. Stranglethorns go on top as well. Surge having to flash away. You see Skywriting is already gone as well. Those are the two big AD champion carries, and one just gets popped. Valter gonna get all out, but he already kills off the Senna 1-for-1 now. The Baron has been reset, and ID Hydra, they still want the fight. Big charm from Uwu. They're trying to burn down this Cassante, but Cassante all out is a different demon, ladies and gentlemen. Triple kill for Kaladin. They're gonna ace ID Hydra and punch them right in the mouth.
Oh, wow, League of Legends. Oh, my goodness. You talk about that Showmaker clip. There you go. Kaladin going absolutely mental in that small chokehold. That is exactly where Novasphere wants to fight. When you have all out, when you have a cast in, you go crazy right there. And that's exactly what happens. They're able to secure themselves the ace. They can't get the Baron right now, but that is a huge gold influx for so many members of Novasphere Gaming. And 4 kills going over to Kaladin. You want to talk about who's the carry on this Novasphere squad? It might just be Kaladin now on this on this Cassante, and this is a huge issue, right? Because yes, you want your Kassadin to get kills, you want them to hyper scale, but they will be strong later on. Kaladin is going to get very, very difficult to kill and is going to do so much damage in this game. And so if there is a win con for Novasphere, it is going to have to be through this Cassante now.
Exactly, Bonfire. I know the last series we did together was a while ago, but we had a team who were relying on a tank Scion to carry them with a bunch of kills. Like, that's nice, and it was nice for a while, but it fell off and they lost the game because that's Scion. Cassante with kills, it's not the same thing, especially with All Out, right? Like, he can be that big tanky threat that's unkillable like most tanks when they get fed, but once he pops All Out, it's a whole different ballgame in those fights.
Yeah, it's a whole different story. Just was able to get to 2 items right there, sitting on some components as well. Looking very, very strong. Critically has the Gargoyles, which I could go in depth on why Gargoyles is absolutely stupid on Cassante. A very, very strong item because when you go all out, obviously you lose a lot of your resistances and you're not nearly as tanky, but pop the Gargoyles, that is kind of negated. So this is going to be a very, very strong Cassante. Has the Iceborne as well, and so should be able to be very good into the Jax on the side lane. This is a very, very strong Cassante at this point. Also important to look at, this Kassadin starting to scale up now, has the Roa, has the upgraded Miramana. I mean, things are looking a little better for Novasphere, and we mentioned about the scaling of this composition. We're starting to get into dangerous territory. If this game goes another 5 to 10 minutes, things could start to shift for Novasphere.
And what you were talking about in draft, Bonfire, I feel like that fight illustrated so well, is that if you're ID Hydra, you can't be the ones putting yourselves in pigeonhole 5v5 fights, right? Like, you need to be spread out. You need to have the Jax in the side lane doing things, this Ahri roaming around. The one time they group up as a 5v5 and force a Baron, look what happens.
Yeah, they set up a wall of vision here. Those plants are going to make it very difficult for anybody to see. They do drop some wards here. This ultimate's going to hit a couple. That is so much damage on the Skywriting, and yeah, that's going to dissuade them. If I got hit with that much damage too, yeah, I'm running tail towards the Nexus.
And that is part of that Ezreal build. If you're going Triforce, your Shirelia's third, your True Shot Barrage, of course it hurts a Senna, but it doesn't half health a Senna. That's part of that lethality build into the ultimate for Ezreal. And that's also the problem with Senna. Like you talked about, one of nearly the squishiest champion in the game. And do we even call Yuumi a champion?
No, I think it's basically an item. It also means that they're able to set up control of the river. So that's That's the thing about League of Legends, right? It's not always about getting the kills. They have health in center. They force everybody back. They force them to go back to the Nexus. They push mid-wave. They get vision control. They're able to get Dragon. And that's why it's not always just about the pure numbers of the kills. Novasphere is up in kills. You know, by all accounts, they should be able to do that. As, hold on a second, there might be a pick here.
Caster Curse. They're not up by kills anymore.
Yeah. And Ezreal damage, you brought up a great point. I'm really glad that we have an Ezreal aficionado, because I would have never seen this. That Ivern went pop. Deforestation is real.
Yeah, well, let's see if the other tree gets popped. Sutek is getting burned by the Baron right now. This is a 5v4 for ID Hydra, and they have jungle advantage. But they're so scared of this Cassante, they are not willing to try and force the Baron with the other jungler down. But they're going to try and fight without him on the other side. They've got Surge and the weak members popped. There goes the Ashe. The Senna is very far away from his tank companion. And Kaladin, he's just going to sit there and watch. How strong is Cassante? I feel like we're about to learn. Level 15 has everything available except teleport. Is going to try and keep them off of this Baron. ID Hydra, though, have started it. They're going to burn it down. Tritsu is back up. The Ivern racing over. Has Flash available if he wants to go for a steal. But they're playing pretty patient here. They have sought a lot on the flank, but they're going right after this. Senna Sutek gets a good lockdown. There's the Dawning Shadow, but they're onto their carries. Kaladin, he's found the Ahri. Look how low the Orion is already. Epic Fail Guy has to run for the hills as well. Cassante is amazing in League of Legends, and Kaladin makes him look even sweeter fight after fight.
Yeah, and now they turn for the Baron. Kaladin is going to get in a little bit of danger. Here comes the arrow. Shouldn't hit anybody of too much importance. Indeed, it does.
It landed right on Sutek's head, and now they're going to be able to burn him down. That stunned so long from that distance. Soaked a lot, chasing him down along with Kaladin. The solo lanes for Novasphere Myth have shown up in droves, but here comes another solo laner. Valter trying to get onto this Kassadin, but he's way too slippery. Can dash around. The Ashe is here free-firing as well. Kaladin will take all that damage. Counter-Strike comes out. Valter trying to trade this Ashe, but he's all alone, and Surge will pop him. Novasphere Myth have turned game one on its head.
Yeah, Kaladin and Sukdalat are going crazy right now. A fantastic flank angle from the Kassadin, and then how about Kaladin? Cassante is going absolutely wild. Uwu trying to go for a potential steal. They get the kill onto the Senna, but I think this Baron is as good as taken, and indeed it is. Ooh, now might have been a little danger. Should be okay. Has Flash and Spirit Rush. They wanted to get some exit kills, but they're not going to find anything. They lose Baron. They lose the gold lead. They lose the kill lead, my friend. ID Hydra now on the back foot, and we talked extensively about this late game and how difficult it could be for ID Hydra. We are getting to that point.
Yeah, and this Ezreal's damage is not going to do much to Kaladin. I mean, you can see he lands like basically a full combo. You have no tank shredding on this Ezreal right now. He has gone full lethality and damage with the Essence Reaver and that Duskblade. So that's really going to be an issue, because Ezreal is a champion that, unless you have a window, is virtually designed to have to front to back all the time. That's why this build on Ezreal is really situational and really doesn't work in the current situation we're given, with the tank being the strongest member on Novasphere Myth.
Yeah, they were in a great place, and it looked like a great build. We were raving about it, how strong it was going to be into these squishy members. No longer the case. Kaladin is now the big issue. 8-1-5 on this Cassante is absolutely massive at this point. 3 items, probably 3.5 with the components. I mean, this is going to be an absolute raid boss to take down. And on the other side of things, you know, I don't want to, focus too hard on one member, but this Jax pick just has not worked out. It feels like the side laning has been negligible, and in terms of the fight, I would just much rather have this Cassante.
Oh, and now the pick comps coming out in spades. You land one arrow on that squishy member, and goodbye, Orion. Legendary Kaladin works out so well, and Suck the Light also might be able to go 1v1 with Uwu at this point. Chases the Ahri away. This is a level 16 Kassadin, and that is a meme in the League of Legends community for a reason. Once he gets that ultimate, my God, look out.
Yeah, has used the all-out, so it is not going to be available. Do they want this fight 4v5? They dropped the Nature's Grasp just to push them back, stop the Baron buff push. They're going to force that back. Only lose, I believe, 2 turrets right there. Maybe just 1 if the mid was already down. And the gold lead hasn't ballooned too much. Still about 3,000, 2,500 for Novasphere, but with the scaling, it feels like it is a lot more. And at this point, Novasphere, it does feel like they are in the driver's seat. You know, they're making things happen. But I will say, with these resets starting to come across, I think that's probably Soul.
Ooh, well, that's teleport from Kaladin. He is teleporting right into mid lane, or actually, excuse me, it was Suck the Light. It was both of them. Both the Soul Laners show up, so they're trying to rush this down. And Orion, my God, where did the Zyra go? Suck the Light's casted damage is on point, but he can't get the Dragon. Cloud Soul secure. The Ash Arrow will kill off the Orion, but there goes the Ivern. Suck the Light now the only one left. It's the two solo lanes versus the world. The bottom laners are finally coming across. Kaladin does have All Out now available if he wants to use it. There's the Gore Drinker shield coming across. Surge is here for the damage as well. They just can't kill this goddamn Cassante. He's still alive. Finally burns the True Shot Barrage. What a play from Epic Fail Guy. Shutdowns across the board. And ID Hydra keep us going topsy-turvy all game number one.
Yeah, Epic Fail Guy needs to change his name because, my friend, that was a pwn and a half. A beautiful True Shot Barrage finds two and turns that fight around. We were talking about Kaladin being this raid boss. Well, he just completed the raid, and they are about to get the loot that it provides for them. The mid lane under siege, and they could potentially go for an end. It's only Suck Delight and Tritsu. I don't think they have the damage. They don't have empowered Baron minions as well. This Cassidy playing on the edge of danger. If Sutek got a Rudolph, things could get dicey, but knows that they can play on the edge of things. Sutek having to jump in, trying to get onto this Ivern. They are going to take down the inhibitor. Here comes the arrow. Ooh.
It lands right on Uwu's head. Does Suck the Light have enough damage to come through? No. Are we able to limp away? And Epic Fail Guy has been free firing this entire time. One more auto. Nearly took down Suck the Light as he limps back to base as well. That's the power of this Ezreal build. Squishy members get deleted. Suck the Light nearly learned the hard way.
Yeah, Suck the Light just barely able to walk away, but they lose the mid inhibitor turret. They lose the mid inhibitor, and they lose Tritsu for the 6th time this game. That Darksteel, my friend, is not getting filled up anytime soon. Just 400 gold for basically nothing, I suppose. It's not great for Novasphere because it felt like they were in a really great position, but they lose soul, they lose a ton of members, they lose a ton of control on the map, and now they're kind of running around like a headless chicken. They're not sure where to go, just trying to take camps potentially, but they need to steady themselves. They still have great scaling. I think in a 5v5 team fight, you'd be hard-pressed to not take them. But at the end of the day, after watching that Dragon fight, I think they're walking around a little bit more scared about the potential that this Ezreal can do at 9-1-3.
Yeah, he's got the Shurelias, so despite the fact he went the more lethality-based build, he is now going to be able to hurt and slow down Kaladin and the Ivern. I almost wonder if he wants to opt for the Serpent Fang up against the Ivern and the Cassante shields, because if you're going to commit this hard to lethality, you're also the only champion on the team that can build the one shield-shredding item. I'm curious to see if he'll go for that, but with that potion in his inventory, it feels like Epic Fail Guy thinks one more fight will really do it for either team.
Yeah, I mean, he's full build at this point. This is the strongest that this Ezreal is going to be, so realistically, they need to win in the next 5 minutes. I think that's kind of what I'm going to say is if they don't win in the next 5 minutes, I think it gets really, really difficult. This is the strongest the Ezreal is going to be, and on the other side of things, you still have scaling on the Ashe. Still has an item to build. You still have scaling on this Senna. Still has a lot of items to build. You know, this Cassante still has an item to build. This Cassidy still has an item to build. And so this is the strongest the Ezreal is going to be. They probably want to take a fight. This Baron is up, and so they're just setting up vision control. I think you go for it, and if you lose the fight, you lose the game. But realistically, if you don't go for it, you lose the game anyway.
Well, here's the thing, though, Bonfire. Is there some sort of fear of what happened the last time they took this Baron? Because we did, talk about the fact 5v5 is not strong enough, and they're not going to take a 5v5. They're going to jump right onto Sky Riding West and go gold, and they also have Surge drop down low as well. Ash trying to slow for some mobility, but here comes the Spirit Rush. Here comes Uwu. Ivern Shields keeping Surge on top for now and actually able to limp away. Suck the Light jumping into everybody as well. Kaladin has teleported in the middle of everybody. All out from Cassante. Kaladin's going to have to give everything he's got for this team fight because his team is cornering the base. There's the All Out. He's got onto Epic Fail Guy. It's a split fight. Both the tanks trying to burn down the other carries, but Falter wins his fight, and Spades, the Jax pick, finally comes in drove. Sack the Light, the only one left, until Surge gets back towards base, gets a full health bar. That Ashe limping away might mean a lot, because without that Ashe up, the base might actually fall. ID Hydra, though, they're still committing.
Yeah, they're still committing. They're going for the end right here. The Ezreal does so much damage to turrets, but they just don't have the wave, and with Skywriting coming back, They have to walk back away. That is a huge team fight win for them right now. And they're turning their eyes towards Baron. They have vision control right now. They are aware that nobody on Novasphere has any idea where to go. You know, they don't know if Baron's being taken. They're going to have to throw out a hawk shot. And indeed, there it is. So they know that the Baron's not being taken right now. Critically, they also know that the Orion had just backed. And so they feel comfortable taking a breath, steadying themselves, clearing out their own vision, and going back at it again for another team fight. Sutek, hold on a second.
Ooh, gets the double up stun combination. That arrow doing so much. Sutek has to flash Ember Nature's Grasp, but did Surge push too far forward. That Charm Cleanse does not mean squat. Shutdown comes across. The bait for Sutek was perfect.
Yeah, it's a beautiful bait right there. Maybe not intentional, but it works all the same. Sutek survives, hopping back in, doesn't Nature's Grasp.
Okay.
Sutek, what are you doing?
That was way too far of an overestimate, and what a terrible time for that as well. Baron's up Bonfire, and Elder Dragon is less than 20 seconds away. Sutek won't be up for either of them.
Yeah, and now they want to fight. They know that they have to get this jungler away from the fight. Balter's alone here in 3.
Oh, he's going way too deep here. He doesn't have the DPS to get it done. The counter-strike, though, the defense is not enough as well. Sack the Light going crazy on the backline. Has to go golden, though, because Uwu nearly burns him down. Gets charmed up. Uwu trying to kite back, but it's the entire mass of Novasphere Myth coming for them. Everybody with the Ashe is online, and now it's decision time. Novasphere Myth, where do you go with your jungler up and the other one down?
Yeah, and this Sutek's not going to be dead for that much longer, so if they want to go for it, it's going to have to be soon. Critically, though, this Ezreal almost dead, has to back right here because of that chunk. And so even though the Ezreal didn't die as good, Orion just gets absolutely popped. And here we go.
Yeah, Sack the Light's fully online. 4 items. Kassadin is a late-game menace, and he just showed why. Elder getting burned down. Ton of brushes as well. Sutek doesn't have flash. Remember, he can't get in the pit unless it's the blast cone. They're just trying to delete them all, but the Elder is picked up. Ritsu will die for it, but how much more will as well? Kaladin trying to run away. The slows. The gargoyle is not enough. Epic fail guy. Godlike. Elder Dragon for 3 in the hands of Novasphere Myth. Could it be less than 3? One big charm. What a land there from Uwu. Snipes out Surge, who has to flash away, trying to limp away with the slows, and he will get back to the base. What a toll for Novasphere Myth to pay, but they have Elder on 3 members.
Yeah, but they all have to back right there, and you see from ID Hydra what they want to do. Their eyes turn towards Baron. They could potentially take this one. It feels like this game is just on a seesaw. Either team could come out on top, and Valter and Epic Fail Guy are going to be the 2 to take down this Baron. But not if Novasphere Myth have anything to say about it. They spot it out. They're running over right now. Again, they do have the Elder buff, but they don't feel confident enough to push in with this little members, and so they have to concede this Baron. And Slayer, you know, when you split a Baron and an Elder Dragon, this game's going to go on for another 5 minutes.
Yeah, because it's going to become the dance of, all right, we're going to, if you're ID Hydra, all right, we're going to slowly limp waves up to your turrets and try and siege. But you also can't overextend because, you know, if you get jumped on, especially with those squishy members you're seeing mid right now, all of them are getting deleted. Like, they're getting deleted off the face of the earth. And it's important to mention, as there's an arrow cleansed by a Banshee's Veil, what a purchase for Uwu, that all the members with Elder for Novasphere Myth is all 3 carries.
No, this Caston will absolutely one-shot the Orion and potentially Epic Fail Guy, which at this point, if Epic Fail Guy dies, I think the game is over. And so they need to really protect this Ezreal. Full build has been pretty much the main carry in this game. Both teams in a lot of presence towards them. There's been so many moments where Kaladin will get on it and the Ezreal will survive with just a little bit of health left. The siege is on with the Elder Dragon, but with these Baron minions, I just don't think there's any way that they're going to crack the base. They recognize that. Have to walk away back into the jungle. Bot turret now in their eyes.
This is so funny, though. I mean, if you don't understand how powerful Elder buff is, this is a lesson for you, because 5 members of ID Hydra have Baron. There's only 3 people with Elder on Novasphere Myth, and who is pressing whose base right now?
Yeah, I mean, if Sukhtalite gets any form of engage on any of the squishy members, the game is over. So they recognize the danger that provides. They need to wait out the Elder buff. I think it's probably only about a minute left, maybe less than a minute at this point. And so they do have the Baron, you know, before the before the Elder leaves. And so they should be able to get one push. They get the resets. Knows that Novasphere Myth had to back away. They got the vision out. And so they're able to finally push a wave in. It's the give and pull of League of Legends. Both of these teams trying to do whatever they can. Don't look now, 40 minutes into this game. We talked about the scaling on this Novasphere Myth squad. It is showing out. But we also talked about the lack of engage also is a huge issue for them.
If we could take a moment here, Wookie, to really quickly before engage goes on, what is Senna's soul count? Oh, I might not even get a moment. Okay, 117, that's pretty high up. Senna's got a lot of range. Can he get the DPS out? Here comes the potential fight. Nature's Grass used defensively, but does a turn come out as well from Sutek and company? They force a couple of backoffs. That was flash out of Tritsu as well, and they still have Baron. They're still rumbling down mid, and ARAM in full form.
Yeah, they want this mid inhibitor turret. They're going to be able to get it with this Ezreal. The damage just so high. They also have a wave pushed in top, so it'd be hard pressed to not see this top tower fall. I think the inhibitor is a little bit too far. They got Orion.
What a root coming across from Tritsu. Big damage down, all out for Calden. He's going all out for Epic Fail Guy. The Gargoyle is not enough to protect him. He's getting burned down by the second. Sack Delight also on the back line. It's a split fight. The top laners trying to drag the other teams the opposite direction. Valter's done a good job. Sack Delight has to go golden, and it's popped. Epic Fail Guy. There ain't nothing failing about this Ezreal running over the fight. Is this the dagger? 40 minutes in. They aren't pulling the trigger just yet. They're going to take the inhibitor. They have a wave, but they don't want to push into Skywriting just yet. They're afraid of the Senna, and we're still not out of game number one.
Oh, they just don't have the health bars right there. They get a wonderful engage. They take down the raid boss. That is Kaladin. They take down the damage. That is Sook Delight. But they're not able to get the Delight that is winning the game. And they have to back away. They have to recognize that this game just isn't over yet. It continues to go onwards. This 3,000 gold lead, excuse me, this 5,000 gold lead that ID Hydra has means Jack and Diddley and also Squat. And so they have to win on a team fight. Don't forget Squat. You never forget Squat. They have to win on a team fight at this point. You have to recognize that they can no longer push their wallets around and flaunt it. Quietly, though, I will say Valter has scaled up to be a huge problem. Hasn't really been side laning a ton, but once he gets on the marksman, it feels really, really difficult for this Ashe and the Senna. You know, not really a lot of mobility between the two of them to get away from him.
Yeah, Counter-Strike is one of the most overpowered abilities in League of Legends, and you're seeing why. Because Valter, it's not like Ashe and Senna don't do damage. I mean, Senna's at 120 souls. Ashe is at 3.5 items, like this, you know, the same amount, a little bit less than this Jax. But Counter-Strike against two auto-attack reliant champions, I mean, he can just blanket them for so long.
Yeah, and Valter is a huge problem because not only can he blanket them, he has the opportunity to blow somebody up now at this point. So Colette is going to have to use the Rift Walk to get away. Locking down this castle is a dubious task, and they recognize that it's probably not going to happen. They're just going to set up Vision, and with this Vision control, Elder, probably the last fight of the game.
Yeah. Number 2 Elder, that's how far we've gone, and boy, are they burning it down.
Already down to 6,000.
Look at the zoning. Tritsu can't get anywhere close here. True Shot Barrage, the arrow, it does land onto a big member, but Elder is secured. Sock the Light a little too late. Elder on 5 members. Can ID Hydra win the fight with the buff? My God, can they? Valter gets one, but gets popped. Elder pops going across the board. All these low health bars. Watch them drop from distance. There's one. There's a second from the Orion. It took 43 minutes for game number 1. Topsy-turvy, whatever roller coaster you were thinking of, we rode it, but we're riding into an ID Hydra victory to take the lead in this quarterfinals.
Slayer, after a game like this, you dropped an easy in the chat just to tilt your opponents a little bit more, but it was anything but easy. Sartelet going to do everything that he can, but he cannot do enough. ID Hydra, they had to work for it. Novasphere Myth made them work for it. The tune of a 44-minute game, but at the end of the day, they get the big old W, and they go up 1-0 in this series.
Yeah, keep in mind, folks, this is a best of 5.
Yes.
Well, that was game number 1 of a best of 5, but a very, very fun game number 1. It just seems like that's what we get every time, Bonfire. We don't have sleepers. We don't have resident sleepers. And that game was chock full of just so many twists and turns, both sides making mistakes. But it doesn't really matter how much mistakes you make if you come out the victor. And my God, did Epic Fail Guy. He didn't make many mistakes, actually.
No, and it felt like every time Epic Fail Guy was in an uncomfortable position, was, you know, in a potential position where he could lose his life, somehow got away. It was always on. The Summoners, you know, really strong in that regard. You know, Ezreal really great at kiting. did the most damage in the game by a long shot. And what my eyes are, kind of glued to is that 22 KDA. I don't think I've ever seen a bigger KDA. That is absurd out of an AD carry. Only the one death. This Ezreal was 100% the protagonist of this game one. And if you're, Novasphere Myth, you look at this game and you have to consider banning out the Ezreal because it is obvious that Epic Fail Guy 456 is a Ezreal aficionado, a very, very strong Ezreal. Even though Ezreal isn't one of the best AD carries just by the stats and by the meta, when you have such proficiency on a champion, you have to be concerned about it.
Yeah, and I want to give him some more flowers to Epic Fail Guy here because he also was itemizing really well. You can see, I want to point out, you can see he doesn't have any boots at the end fight there.
Serpent's
You
Fang?
know, he took the Serpent's Fang because he knew his team had Cloud Soul. He doesn't need boots anymore. Ezreal doesn't need boots. That's not a thing. He doesn't need attack speed boots, Berserker's Greaves, right? So he sells them, picks up a Serpent's Fang for those giant shields on Cassante and Ivern. And who knows how much of impact that really ended up having, but we know that Epic Fail Guy had a massive impact on game number one. We're going to need a break here, myself and Bonfire, after that game number one. We go 43 minutes, but this is just the start of the series, the start of the playoffs for the BO Diamond League. So we're going to go to a break, catch our breath, and on the other side, see exactly what Novasphere Myth can adjust to keep themselves in this series. Welcome back, everybody. Blue Otter Diamond League, the start of the playoffs, and boy, did we have a start to the playoffs. Game number 1, 43 minutes long, 2 Elders, multiple Barons, multiple team fight flips. Am I missing anything, Bonfire?
No, that's about it. A massively fed Ezreal and 2 compositions we both really disliked. So we'll see if they can turn it around in the composition department. It really did feel like this Novasphere Myth squad, for as good as they were and as good as they played, they were really handicapped by the lack of engage. So I really, really hope that they get themselves just somebody who can engage first. It doesn't even need to be a tank, just somebody who can just run in, get a charm, get a root, get something out. And, you can go off of that because there were a lot of great arrows landed, but it really did feel dubious to be able to kind of capitalize off of it.
Yep, exactly. But so far, through both these drafts, I'm pretty sure we're mirroring. It does look like, by the way, we did have side swap, right? Yeah, so Novasphere Gaming, Novasphere Myth. I guess we just call them Novasphere Gaming because Novasphere doesn't have another team in the playoffs. But alas, they are the mythical ones of the Novasphere variety. They're on the blue side. And they're banning the exact same. Like, those are the exact same 3 bans from game number 1.
Yeah, Hydra, meanwhile, are banning their own, they're banning their own Maokai. So they don't want it to go over as first prio. Like I said, I mentioned last draft is the most picked champion by far in this league, and so obviously both teams I think really prioritize the Maokai. Didn't have amazing presence in the last game, but I think was very annoying, especially with the Nature's Grasp. They don't want to see it. The Ivern also banned out is interesting, using 2 bans on both junglers from last game. They really want to pinch this jungle pool, but left over the Jarvan, and you're always going to slam that.
Yeah, 3 jungle bans, and it doesn't really feel like it's going to matter too much because Jarvan is still very strong. He's not as strong as you guys are seeing him on the world stage. That is the second strongest or the strongest patch for Jarvan, I would say. But he's still very, very strong, I would say. And it looks like ID Hydra, they're hovering the Senna, who is very strong as well. Do they slam the Tahm Kench here at some point? I would hope so, because that Senna without Tahm Kench Bonfire, it's rough, in my opinion.
Yeah, the Wukong, if you're a little bit like, well, Wukong, he's not very good right now. Strong into Jarvan. I think it's a good counter for Jarvan. You're able to dash out of the Cataclysm. You're able to get knockups in the Cataclysm. It's a strong pick. So, kind of as a response to the Jarvan, also good for team fighting. In terms of like individual play, I think the Wukong falls a bit behind. But in terms of what it does in this game situationally, I do like the Wukong pick. And I'm glad you mentioned the Senna TK because I hated the Senna pick with the Ashe. I felt like it wasn't really the best you could see out of Senna. You were just consistently not doing as much damage as you could because you had to be concerned about being picked off. And you were consistently being poked out as well. With the Tahm Kench, it just gives you the opportunity to play a little bit safer. They're not going to lock it in, it looks like, if they go with Cassante, and they do. And, I mean, if I'm Novasphere, this is a ban on the Tahm Kench. If I'm ID Hydra also, you got to ban the Rumble. Because Rumble Jarvan is a hell of a combo.
Yeah, and Rumble is one of the few good answers, not only to Cassante, but just like the 2 melee top laners that have been really strong right now, which is the Croc, who I don't know if he's even been banned this series or picked, which is weird to me. But however, Rumble's great answer to both of them. So yeah, those are 2 obvious bans. They're gonna take the Gwen away. Okay, Gwen can outscale Cassante, chunk through a lot of his shielding. Because she's AP based, not that AD based. That a lot of his items are a lot more helpful against. So I don't hate that. This just needs to be a Tahm Kench ban.
Yes. We are in the same boat here. If they don't ban Tahm Kench, thank you. And then ID Hydra, if you do not ban Rumble, I am going to be so disappointed. Like it is as simple as you got to ban the Rumble. It is a very strong
Okay, so maybe there is the possibility, right, that there is a possibility that Kaladin does not play Rumble, because Rumble is one of those more unique top lane picks. I'm playing devil's advocate, man. I don't want you to freak out. So
you're not wrong, but it's making me very, very okay. Well, you know what? Maybe they don't pick the Rumble. Maybe you don't have to be concerned about that. Maybe you're aware of the top pool. Kalista with the Senna. I mean, you don't really have a great option here, but Kalista throwing a Senna in. I mean, it's basically a Tahm Kench ult when you really think about it.
Yeah, Except you're not the one building full armor and can tank up a bunch of damage. Okay. We're doing it again, aren't we? We're
alright.
doing it again.
Yeah, I mean, look, devil's advocate, Callista into Senna, Callista and Senna into Jinx. You're great skirmishing early in the bot lane, but you're just gonna get outscaled by the Jinx unless the Senna gets a million stacks. So,
Oh
not
god.
ideal. Swain
Well, I mean,
would
that'll
be
scale.
interesting. Yeah, I don't hate it. I don't hate the Swain. I think good in these long extended team fights as well. And if you can get a Cataclysm off, Swain can get a lot of the damage off. Now, please be the Rumble. Please be the Rumble.
You
I
got
beg
burned by a
of you.
B5 last game. You know it's about to happen again, man. I
I
hate to
know
tell
it's
you.
about to happen. Maybe it'll be Rumble.
Maybe they do already have good AP though. Swain is more than enough.
No, stop it. No,
Swain
stop
top?
it.
Swain top.
Take that pick off. Get that out of here. I don't want to see the Fury. Oh my goodness gracious.
I think this is the first time I've casted a Fury, and that's saying something because she's been out for a while.
I mean,
So is that mid
guess
or
into
top?
probably a Swain top. I mean, I guess Neferi into a Callista Senna. I don't know. I'm so sad. Okay, well, you know what? I will have to play devil's advocate once again this game. But we do have to see this last pick first.
Silas. Okay, there are a lot of great ults to steal. Like a lot.
Yeah.
Like the ones that scream out to me is Demonic Ascension is kind of the same thing as stealing an Alistar ult. Like you're just gonna get those stats, those buffs to survive. Breath of Light, you basically just stole your own major cleanse button for your team if you need it, and then Cataclysm.
Yeah, I think Breath of Light's not bad, but I do think if you're Silas, you're kind of hopping on the back line and trying to assassinate everybody, so you're not really worried about, like, I need to cleanse my, Senna and Callista out. It does give you healing, which is nice. I think it's Cataclysm and, Demonic Ascension, but it's not terrible. Yeah. You need AP, and I think it's actually, if it does end up being in Fury in the mid lane, I think Silas is able to trade into it, so I don't mind it as much. Both of these compositions are just very, very crazy. I mean, ID Hydra, I guess they have good skirmishing. I mean, with a Wukong and a Cassante and a Silas, yeah, you're pretty good in terms of skirmishing and close to Senna on the backside. I don't know. I honestly am kind of at a loss for words with both of these drafts.
It's going to be another game where Wookiee's going to be angrily trying to fit both parts of the fight into the screen, right? Because Jarvan and Neferi are immediately tunneling Senna and Callista, right? They're going after them every time without fail. They're leaving Jinx and Melee on the backline, who are also trying to deal with these guys diving Wukong, Cassante, and Silas, who are also going to be diving backline. They're just going to go past each other. And it's going to be a war of who can burn the other side first and come back to their other side, right?
Yeah, and if Jinx can get excited, that's also a pretty big, step in this as well. Because Novasphere have an incredible hyper-scaling AD carry, and alongside the Melio can pretty much free hit from pretty safe range. And so, if this Jinx gets excited, if this Jinx gets a couple of kills, we didn't really see it on the Ashe, didn't have a huge presence, but if this Jinx becomes a problem, that will be a really fantastic position to be in, because like you had mentioned, the Jarvan, the Swain, and the Neferi are taking up quite a lot of attention from ID Hydra, and I think this Jinx is going to be in a good position to be a huge problem, to be a huge threat. For ID Hydra, it's the same vein, but it's different because you want your Senna to be huge. Now the issue is, Senna really gets the strongest when they're alongside a Tahm Kench. Alongside the Callista, it's going to be a lot more of a support setup. It is still going to do damage, don't get me wrong, but I think, most of the gold, most of the damage, most of everything is going to be on this Callista. I'm worried about this Callista pick. If I'm being realistic, I have concerns about this Callista pick. I think Callista into a Jarvan, into a Swain, when you have to dance around these champions that can just lock you up, it's very, very scary. And you're short range as well.
Yeah, but at least if you do time it right, you can hop out of the Cataclysm. So you have that. I mean, I'm just trying to find fleeting hopes. Both these comps, obviously, we have I want to make sure to mention, like, we have ideas, like, on the meta Like Bonfire is very smart when it comes to the meta and all this stuff, and there are ways you think drafts are going to play out, but we're not factoring in. We haven't seen these teams as much as we've seen the meta, right? So we don't have a total grasp on what these teams want to play out. You don't have to play meta, and it doesn't matter if you're playing meta if your style works. I'd honestly argue it's better if your style of play works, because then when that starts getting banned out, what can you just go back and lean on? The meta.
Yeah. I think both of these teams have their own distinct styles. I'm curious what the scrims look like. If they have discovered, like, hey, Swain's actually a really great pocket pick alongside the Nefiri, or if they know, hey, the Wukong Silas is a very strong duo. I don't know. The point is, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes that we don't really get to see, and we'll have to see if that's great. I have to sneeze. Hold on.
Well, it's okay, man. Take your sneeze, take your pause there, Bonfire, because we're going to go to break here. Soak in the drafts, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 is soon to be with you. Stick right with us. Did you miss it? We're back on Summoner's Rift, and this time we're going 55 minutes long for game number 2. Are you ready, Bonfire?
God, please. For everyone who doesn't know, in the Twitch chat, I work night shifts. So if this goes to 5 games, and if each game is 40 minutes plus, I have to cast for 6 hours and then clock an 8-hour shift. So hey, I would love this to go 5 games. You know, I love both of these teams to battle it out for the entirety of the time. But quicker games, guys. Come on, especially when you have a lead, Hydra. I need you guys to wrap this one up quicker. We got
What
some
am I
dancing
watching?
in the mid lane. You love to see it. What you
Was
don't
there
love to see,
twerking?
if you're, uh, yes, what you don't love to see, or maybe you do. I don't know. Okay, don't zoom in on the twerking, Wookie. What you don't love to see is the J2 Orion. We've just got support going Callista, which fasting Senna, like I get it, right? It's that's where a lot of your damage is. And I was talking about you. I was talking to you in the in the break. Why are we having our support go one of the hardest to farm AD carries in the game? Maybe Orion's been cooking up in the lab, but me personally, as a support player, I would just be like, oh, you know, it's a quarterfinals, one of the most important matches of the year. Yeah, sure, make me play Callista. Why not? Also, it's a Cassante mid. They lane swapped. I'm losing my mind.
Oh my god. Okay, so I love that from ID Hydra, though. I will say.
Yeah, I do.
Because
I do too.
Swain, you know, I know you really want the Rumble pick, but the ways that Rumble matches Cassante well, in lane at least, is the same approach that a Swain can take, right? It's like ranged AP ability. You have a disengage, slows, and you can get damage done from range, so Cassante can't get on top of you. So I think it's a good answer. Is bottom lane, okay, we're already going crazy. Exhaust, hella heals, all out. Orion the Rend is enough. This guy knows how to play Callista support, baby, but how much is it going to matter? Because Surge gets excited, gets one back. On the other side, Sutek died to Tritsu at Scuttle, so that happened. And Chaos has re-reigned itself 2 minutes and 30 seconds into game number 2.
Yeah, I thought, you know, when I woke up this afternoon that this was going to be a nice, fun best of 5 with my best friend Slayer and my good friend Wookie, and we were going to talk about fun things, and I've just been thrown into the chaos of the BOL Diamond League. But I kind of love it. I'm kind of thriving in this chaos. Absolute insanity across the map. It is a first blood for G2 Orion, which is fantastic for ID Hydra. They do lose out, you know, on the Scuttle Crab until the gold is evened up. But yeah, it is just insanity across the board.
Yep, big time start here. And we get to see this very interesting interaction between Nefiri and Cassante, who are both obsessed with getting on top of their counterparts. But I don't think Sock-the-Lot wants any of this smoke. Wukong pops out of nowhere. Sutek gets a revenge kill. Excuse me. And Tritsu's too late. So, Cassante diff again.
Yeah, Walter's actually it has impressed me quite a lot, at least early on into this matchup. I think, you know, as much as we said it's better to be the Cassante into the Nefiri, it's been impressive. Orion and Epic Fail Guy want to take a trade, and on the top side, we are also going to see a trade between the Silas and the Swain, pretty even in the top side, even in the bot side. But I've been very impressed with Walter there, being able to get that stun off with the unstoppable dash, and then, you know, get that into the knockup, and you know, you have your jungler alongside you. It's not easy to get all of that together, and so impressive work from the Cassante, bringing that lead back in the hands of ID Hydra.
Yeah, I like giving that kill over to Sutek as well, because Wukong can do a lot of damage with early kills, inflated, especially with the skirmishing ability. That you might get tested on here is it looks like Sock-the-Light and Tritsu are invading. They are currently invading into that blue side brush, and they do get the knock up onto the clone. So Sutek just going to let them go on their merry way. They can steal a Gromp, but there's not really much to steal. So overall, that invade kind of useless.
Yeah, it didn't get a lot done. It's good to get pressure on the map, force this roam up from Epic Fail Guy. But yeah, you know, you don't lose too much mid either. But like you said, they don't really get much. As hold on a second, Orion, do you really want this fight? I guess he does. Surge does quite a bit of damage to Orion, but no lethal angle. As Callan going in on Hotline here. Hotline should be able to dash away pretty safely.
Yep, all safe and tidy under the turret. This is, you know, gotta commend Uwu for making the swap, because Silas into Swain is not fun either. It's probably the same amount of fun as Cassante into Swain.
Yeah, Swain's a tough champion to go into, man. I'm actually surprised we don't see Swain more in the pro play. I know it did have his time in the sun, and it's not best with the itemization right now, but having a tanky, good laning, damage AP damage dealing champion that can really go into many different angles, mid, support, AD carry, top if you need to, is very difficult to go into. And I'm surprised we don't see it more in the pro play. We are going to see it here. Maybe maybe the Diamond League knows something that pros don't. But right now it has not done a ton, but that's just also because it's in the top lane. It doesn't really have an opportunity to do a lot until we start getting into Rift Herald fights and into the later part of the game.
100%. That's what Swain is best for, is being in the middle of team fights later with the right items that allow him to just stick on to anybody that will, just can't get away from the Swain, because that's what Demonic Ascension's all about, is draining your enemies and healing yourself. And Kaladin looking to do that. We already saw how well Kaladin can play fights on the Cassante. Certainly a gifted top laner here for Novasphere Myth. And something interesting we did talk about before we got on here that we didn't get discussed too much is you were looking at the stats there, Bonfire, is statistically ID Hydra kind of are way better in this matchup, or you did a better way of phrasing it?
I imagine you're talking about their game score from the regular season?
I was talking about their player stats. Their player stats.
Oh, their player stats.
Rankings.
Yes. As we might have something in the mid lanes, Tutelet should be able to just run away. Yeah, talking about their rankings, we do have some statistics here in the Diamond League, and if you look at the rankings, if you look at both of these teams, it is a 4-5 matchup, but you'd be hard-pressed to not say that this ID Hydra squad is kind of a sleeper pick because they have 4 players in the top 25. Which is impressive. And also, if you look at Novasphere, only, by the way, statistically, 1 place below them in the Diamond League, they don't have anybody in the top 25. Their highest is 26, and then you have to go all the way down to 40 to find their second highest ranked player. So if you're talking just about statistics from the regular season, this IG Hydra squad is a lot better in that regard. Now, that being said, I don't think that this, Novasphere squad is bad by any means. I think they've had impressive showings. They have had 2-0, sweeps in the regular season, but their game score is 4-8, so they are double negative. They have a 0.5 KD if you're looking at their match record. It's just a little surprising. Both of these teams on paper very close to each other, but ID Hydra, if you're going off of regular season, just a much better team statistically.
Yeah, statistics don't mean everything, but they mean a lot, and they paint a different picture, a different perspective, and I want to make sure you got those out there because I know you're always doing the hard work looking up those numbers. I just stand here and yap on about what I see in front of me.
That's not true. Well, you do a very good job of yapping. You're fluent in Japanese. I'm impressed.
Japanese. Yeah, I'm fluent in too. Imagine me going to a job interview, and I walk up to them like they always ask me, "Are you fluent in multiple languages?" I go, "Yeah." English and Japanase.
Yeah, and you're very good at it. I'm very impressed. At any point in time, a Sutek should be able to just run away. Does have the dogs on him. That's the Nefiri damage right there. Both Qs with the dogs. That will do quite a bit of damage. But they have roamed up the center, so the Orion is alone here. But that does mean they are going to have a numbers advantage, which they did in game 1. That is the reason they got the first Rift Herald. It looks like they're going to try to do the same thing.
Yeah, I was going to mention this last game because the Orion did a really good job with it. There are certain AD carries that I believe once you get to mid-game, if you're a support that can make plays across the Rift, I don't hate leaving them on an island. Now, it looks bad now, but champions that have self-peel, like an Ezreal last game, in this game, the Kalista, why not just leave them down there? Especially Kalista is all about just farming to get to a certain itemization point. You can just farm up, get the solo XP, and then you're a threat later. The problem becomes when Tritsu and company bully them off the turret constantly, don't let him farm, and this is what happens. Into the Cataclysm, Orion hops right out of it, like ease. That's why you pick the Kalista into Jarvan.
Yeah, I suppose so. It's good that they'll get the Rift Herald. I think the counterpoint for that is, what does Rift Herald give you? Surge? Oh boy.
Wow.
Blast kill.
Blunder.
Yeah. I think the counterpoint is, Rift Herald, how many plates does that give you? Best case scenario, you get 2, maybe 3. How many plates did Surge and Skywriting get there because the Senna wasn't there? 2 plates. And they forced the Kalista off of a wave. So I think that, yeah, it's great that you got the Rift Herald. You get some gold from that. You get some plates, assuming you drop it in an ideal position. And it does land the Crash. But this Jinx just got some free plates, just was able to deny this Kalista off of some waves. That was some souls that were potentially not taken by Epic Fail Guy right there, maybe 4 to 5 souls that weren't taken by the waves. And so it's good that they were able to get the neutral objective, but I think if you're Novasphere, you're probably like, all right, I'm not too mad about that.
And I do like that adjustment from Tree 2, because last game they left Epic Fail Guy on an island and let Orion roam around, and that's how the Ezreal became superly scary, partly, right? Obviously, he got kills, solo XP, solo farm, right? This time you recognize, all right, if one of the bot laners from ID Hydra is gonna roam around, try and make plays, we need to cut off any resources for the AD carry down there, and Orion is feeling it. So Tree 2, great recognition to make that adjustment into game number 2.
Yeah, and there's no need to go for a potential steal on the Rift Herald. You're just aware that you don't have the numbers advantage. So very, very good work right there from Novasphere. It means they are pretty much even in the gold department and in the game state. We didn't talk a lot about, the skirmishing early on. We haven't really seen it that much. But I do think that, especially with this Cassante mid, you've got your Sylas in a solo lane. So you're not going to be able to roam him down for these fights. I think if you're Novasphere, you're probably pretty happy, especially that you have a Nefiri very, very strong early on, potentially going for this. And indeed, they are going to roam their bot lane over. There is a teleport, though, here. Here we go.
Yep, teleport on. Trapped in the choppers and the Cataclysm, but Tree 2's all alone, able to get back towards his time to sock to light, gets that first kill. The pack is hunting on Nefiri, and they're going to pick up a lot more. It's Kaladin able to get one back. Falter dead, a little too far forward. There goes Uwu, falls as well. The Demonic Ascension is ascending Novasphere Myth forward in this game. 2 big kills and a Drake.
Yeah, the Orion falls early right there, and the rest of the team follows alongside him. Beautifully played. That is 3 kills for the Jinx. And if you thought Surge was a problem before with the turret plating, how about now? 3 kills, 87 CS. This is a very, very strong Jinx. Already has the first item. Meanwhile, this Kalista only sitting on components, and this Kalista just backed. Surge hasn't even backed to get even more yet, and so this is going to be a problem that they are going to have to find a way to deal with if you're Hydra. And that fight, look, it is a divisive team fight that could have huge ramifications later in this game because the Nefiri got a couple of assists. This Jarvan was able to survive the initial onslaught that the Cataclysm brought. I mean, this is going to be a problem for Hydra. They are now pretty much firmly in the hole.
Yep. Firmly in the hole, and they, once again, are not really going to scale better if we want to play that long con conversation. I feel like it's something everyone brings up, but this time they're, once again, they're going up against hybrid carries. Like, Jinx is the best hyper-scaling AD carry in the game. Like, I don't really care what you have to say. This isn't a debate. And Melio on top of a Jinx late game, like, good luck.
Yeah, I think that Jinx in Zeri and Aphelios and Xayah, those 4 are just huge problems. But Jinx has something that those other 3 do not, which is incredible team fighting. I think that, with those other 3, you have the ability to make plays on your own, get things done that way. The Jinx is just the best team fighting hyperscaling AD carry in the game by a long shot. And so dealing with that Jinx is going to be a problem, but they could get something on the top side here.
Paladin baits in well. Sutek had no idea Tree 2 was waiting for them, and now they're trapped in the Demonic Ascension, in the Cataclysm, and they are taking no prisoners here, though. Rocket going to make sure to get an extra assist. Uwu does have the Demonic Ascension going as well, but you can't beat the main creator. Gets a big heal here. Is starting to fight back. Tree 2 doesn't want to limp forward. We flash bot side where that Callisto was utilized, but Orion is popped. Surge on a rampage, and oh boy, Jinx is excited and dead. Somehow, what a turn. Shut down on the Dawning Shadow, and topside, Uwu is now healthier than Kaladin and killed off Tree 2.
Yeah, it ended up being great right there from ID Hydra. It looked dicey. We were talking about, the creator, this Swain, is just going to suck. Not in terms of his play, but rather his champion. And indeed he did, but it goes to show that Uwu, when stealing it away, just does so much damage as well. You'd imagine, let's just picture it, right? We obviously didn't get to see it, but I'll paint you a picture. Was able to, kind of dance away from the Jarvan, get one more heal off, and just kind of drain the Jarvan out of all of the health. So I'd imagine that's what happened. We don't obviously have replays, but if we did, we'd probably see that because I'm a good visual storyteller. In the bot side, we did see what happened. It was a movie. It was cinema. It started off great, but a fantastic Senna ultimate means that it's going to be even, and this Swain is going to start slamming this, this Sylas is going to start slamming this Swain soon. God, try saying that 5 times fast. Holy moly. This Sylas is going to start slamming this Swain.
It's definitely a tongue twister. That's interesting.
Yeah,
But no,
yeah.
I mean, that fight highlighted where Silas performs best, right? His heal on his W is percentage missing health as much as stealing health. So the lower Silas gets, the more he heals for. And that's really what kind of made that fight unbearable for Tritsu is he watched Uwu heal 400 health off of his top laner.
Yeah, it's difficult to win if that is happening. As we go towards the mid lane, Volter. At this point, I don't think the Nefiri can really kill him in any single 1v1 interaction. And this Cassante should be able to just feel comfortable into this Nefiri, and indeed he does. Just farming up, bit of a farm battle in the mid lane. In the bot side, however, more shenanigans. They do have Sutek coming down here for a bot roam. They could potentially try for a tower dive, but I don't know if that is what you want to do, because if you give more kills over to Surge, who is now 4-1, could be a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, Breath of Light was available, flashes on both of those, bot laners, heal as well for skywriting. There wasn't enough, riding in the clouds, pun intended, to really justify that dive, in my opinion.
I get it. Yeah. No writing in the clouds. Kind of reminds me of you ever go to like a baseball game and you see the planes flying overhead and they write something. Those are always
did that
fun.
over
I always
the
like
beach
that.
for me. They do it over the beaches. Where
This
I
is
grew
true.
up.
You're I always forget that you're a West Coast guy. You guys have beaches. Shout out. I don't know if anyone in chat is from the Midwest. Shout out all my Midwesterners. We don't have beaches. We have lakes. And I'd like to think they're just as good, but realistically, I know they're not.
Not the beaches I grew up by, but
No, you're right. They are. Well, if we're going on tangents here as well, the reason that beaches are better is because of the waves. Lakes don't have
100%.
waves, and I love the waves. The waves are the best part. So
Oh, yeah.
we're going on our little tangents while we have this, kind of lull in the game state.
Fun Slayer cast fact of the day is when I was a young lad, my hobby was taking pictures of waves. That's what I used to do. Still have some of them on my phone. They're very pretty. I have a magnum opus as well. That if anyone wants to see, you can DM me, and you have to follow me to see at SlayerCast on Twitter.
I didn't know that about you, Slayer. That's actually very interesting.
I swear to God, I showed you the photos.
Maybe, potentially, like very artsy photos, or just like, hey, look at this wave.
No, yeah, I touched them up. I used to, yeah, like they're of the barrels, like I'm in the wave and it's barreling over my head, and you take a picture.
Wow.
I'll show you.
Did your phone get ruined, or did you have waterproof?
So I had a GoPro, and you could buy this device where it was like there was a handle to hold it, like a gun handle, and there was a trigger. But the trigger went over the button on the camera, so you could take the photos. Stuck the light. Did have to burn flash and ult there, but it's going to be alive as this tangent rolls on. But yeah, that's
I forgot there was the game played. I forgot League of Legends was being played. No, jokes aside. I actually kind of wanted to break down what has been happening. I got so enamored by your wave picture taking, backstories that we completely kind of ignored that there was a dragon taking by ID Hydra. I wanted to say, if you're looking at that dragon taking, you're like, wow, that's fantastic. ID Hydra, really, really good. It's a Cloud Soul, and on the other side of things, Novasphere got 2 towers, so they got themselves a huge gold influx. On some pretty important members as well. Swain and Jinx both getting the gold from those. So first tower, a second tower as well. It does look bad because they are not able to fight over the dragon, but they get a huge gold influx there, and they're feeling pretty good for themselves.
And now you have the 2 solo lanes, like kind of gradually going back to matching up with different partners. You're seeing the Swain now with the Cassante, and the Nefiri going up against the Silas, and it's the matchups we expected, and funnily enough, I would give the advantage to both, I guess, the Silas over the Nefiri, but the point is, this is the matchups that we expected to see, and now matching up with the side lanes, you've got, both the laners that were ahead, the Silas and the Swain, now not going up against each other, but they're matching up on the counterpart.
Yeah, it's interesting to see both back to their old reliable habits, as this mid wave is going to get pushed up. No neutral objectives up for another 20 seconds, and that's going to be Baron as well. So I don't think either teams can really take it off of the spawn. If we're talking about Baron damage, as we often are, ID Hydra have a very, very quick Baron take. When you've got 2 marksmen, you're just going to They're just going to slam through that. And so if they wanted to rush a Baron, they could potentially do so with the Callista and the Senna. Does look like they're just going to go for trading in the mid lane. Hold on a second. Flash from Epic Fail guy.
Rizu has Cataclysm, hasn't pulled the trigger on it just yet here, doesn't want to dive forward, feels like he might get burned here, and he is getting burned down. Epic Fail guy, Senna, packing a bit of a punch here, is quietly 2-0, has the Storm Razor completed. Glad to see he is not going the lethality build. Senna is much stronger now because of the changes to her crit scaling, and this is why you're starting to see the crit builds come out, and maybe Epic Fail guy, Senna, going to do a lot more in game number 2 than we saw from Skywriting in the previous.
Well, yeah, and you talked about the itemization. Skywriting did go with the lethality that game. So I'm not saying that was the reason, but that could have been the reason. Teleport here, though. Here we go.
Ooh, yeah, both Soul Laners teleport in. They pop their ults immediately. What a great never move from Kaladin. Pulls both of them back into their doom. Flashing the mastery on the Swain and blows up the fight.
Oh, what a never move right there, and it lives up to the name. 2 members locked in place, and the damage comes raining on top of them. Now, the thing is, yes, you have a Jinx, yes, you have a Naafiri, but it is not the quickest of Baron takes. And so instead, they're just going to do their own little Baron push, pushing down the mid lane with only the Senna. You know, you're concerned about getting dove potentially. There's not a lot that you can do, and even though there's not many minions available, there's just nothing that the Senna can do about it. And so they're able to get 2 towers as well on the back side of things, and that is going to catapult Novasphere into the lead in a great position to win this game.
Kaladin's got to be careful. He doesn't have ultimate to lean on, and oop, there is the Demonic Ascension stolen away by Uwu. But they won't pull the trigger on going forward. Interesting to see. I know for a fact Vulture's teleport was not up. It's up now for that fight. I don't know if Uwu's was. And who knows if he's able to teleport in what that fight looks like differently, because off the bat it just feels like really great roaming and teleport utilization from Novasphere Myth.
Yeah, it really does feel like that. You know, they've had, great team fights in game 1 as well. They were very impressive with how they fought in the team fights. This game, it is more of the same. You know, doing really, really great of getting all of the important members in the right places at the right time, and just kind of recognizing where your strengths are going to be. This game, more of the same, doing great work, getting themselves not a huge gold advantage, but a gold advantage nonetheless. More importantly, it does feel like they have a lot of map control. You know, knocking down all of those turrets. There's 1 down in the top side, 2 in the middle, and 1 in the bot side. Means that they're just going to have so much roamability, and it is going to ensure that they're going to be able to move around the map a lot more fluid-like. The Dragon up in 10 seconds, but I think ID Hydra is going to call their buff. Double marksman, they want to go for Baron.
Yeah, they're jumping right on it. There is no vision here for Novasphere Myth. They have very little clues going on. There's some pings coming down already. That scouting orb coming across from Kaladin does spot them out. That's a rocket landing on their head as well. So here comes Novasphere Myth, but the Baron might just burn. Yeah, Uwu's just in the front line with Demonic Ascension trying to play buffer. Is that stolen away? Wait a minute. No, ID Hydra, they secured it. Never mind. I got completely switched up. Sock the Light is switching up all of ID Hydra as well, trying to jump onto these carries on the back line. Yep, there's a big kill coming across. Skywriting very low as well. Sock the Light is going to clean them all up. You can take Baron, but you're going to pay in droves for it. Triple kill for the Naafiri.
Yeah, this Naafiri, when they go untouched, when they go unchecked, they're going to eat you alive, and right there, that was 100% the case. Everybody was focused on Surge. They had to kill the Jinx, and they threw everything at it. And at the end of the day, you ignore the Naafiri, you are going to lead to your demise. They get 3 kills for it. They get the Baron, but it is slim pickings because they lose all 5 members, and this Dragon soon to fall as well. Novasphere showing out in the second game. In game 1, you know, didn't have the best early game, didn't have the best mid game, and even though their late game looked good, they weren't able to get it across the finish line. This game, things are looking a lot cleaner. Even after a fairly even early, they are showing out, and this mid game has been very, very impressive. The team fighting has just really been, I think, some of the best we've seen in this league so far. Now, the question is, does ID Hydra want to be a little crazy and go for another team fight? It looks like they do, but Orion is caught out.
This is Naafiri on all spades. Sack the Light pops the ultimate, jumps right on with the Hound's presence, and is starting to farm. Big Cataclysm as well, locks everybody in, eating Surge rockets like they're candy, but it's poison to the tongue. A double kill once again for Sack the Light. Dragon secured. Novasphere Myth are not going down 2-0.
Yeah, this is not the game that you want to see out of Orion. Sack the Light continuing to push. Has to be careful of this Senna, but I do not think there are many members in this game that this Naafiri is worried about, and is just going to try to push this Wukong off of the camps. A little bit of a crazy man right there. Love to see it. Yeah, at this point, I mean, look, I don't want to say I told you so. I don't want to say I was right. But Orion, as great as they were in game one, and they were great on the Zyra pick, we're starting to see that maybe the farming isn't really maybe isn't the move. This Callista pick on your support main is 2 and 6, really, really far behind. We haven't really seen the damage that it can provide. And ID Hydra maybe overcooked it a little bit in the draft. You know, I think that they've had good flashes of greatness from their team members, but as a whole, their team fighting looks disjointed. They're continuously getting split up, and they're getting caught in these big ultimates like the Cataclysm and the Neferi ultimate. And it really is leading to this gold deficit, to this dragon being evened out, this tower deficit. It really feels like they just aren't playing like themselves. The ID Hydra we expect to see.
We talked about in draft how we were going to see split fights. Like, that's how these teams have both drafted. They both drafted people to dive backline, and they both drafted backline that, well, stays backline, right? And you're starting to see why these fights aren't close is because the members diving backline for Novasphere Myth, oh, they're 7-1, 1, 2, and 13, right? With all this gold, 3 items, 2.5 items. And on the other side, this Wukong has been stunted, not even at 2 items yet. The Silas has landed at 2 items, but one of them is defensive. Cassante is 0-3. And that's just completely throwing the fights because no matter if you're getting to the back line, by the time you get there, Sack the Light has already killed off your entire back line. And here we go again. Pops the ultimate, coming forward here. Cataclysm locks an Epic Fail guy, already dead. Sutek utilizes that Wukong spin for absolutely nothing. It's a legendary Sack the Light. It's a legendary Game 2 from Novasphere Myth. They are unstoppable.
Once this game started that, you know, I've got to clock a shift after this, let's make it quick, and they heard me. They 100% heard me, because they are making short work of this ID Hydra squad, a team that just kind of beat them in the last game. And so, you know, it's not easy to go against a team that had just beaten you, especially after a tilter like a game like that will provide. But they look like an entirely different team. You know, I talked about the stats from the regular season. Those are the regular season. This is a different playoff team. And they're looking really, really strong right now. Orion wasn't in that fight. They lose 4 members for nothing, 21-7 to kills. They take down an inhibitor. They're pushing onto a second tower in the bot side and a second tower in the top side. I don't want to say this game is over because it's not over yet, but it is going to be very, very difficult for ID Hydra to find a fight that is going to win them the game.
You got to think if ID Hydra didn't steal a Baron away to reset the timer, that would have been Baron and potentially the game already, right? That's the only reason I really feel like the game isn't over, because they don't have that pushing power. But my God, 9-1 and 6, this Neferi from Sack the Light. 4 items deep now with a Moramana completed, just going to shred. Kaladin quietly, he's been packing in assists, but he's got that 2-item spike for Swain going along. I believe once he backs, might also have the Zanyas, which just makes Swain even harder to kill. Those are 2 guys that are unkillable in fights, and we haven't even talked about the Jinx yet.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about the Jinx. You know, we both expected, hey, this Jinx is going to be a huge problem late in the game, but realistically, it doesn't really feel like Surge needs to be there. Surge can kind of take grab a Mai Tai, hop onto a beach, take some photos of waves, because it has been all Sactolate and Tritsu this game so far. It feels like in these team fights, one Cataclysm and a Neferi ult, everybody gets shredded. Been very, very impressive to see. And if Surge is needed, has to be called off the vacation, can do absolute work as well. They need to find a miracle fight. They need to find a pick. It's just not going to happen.
Ritsu already forcing the clone out there from Sutek, who can't get anywhere close to this Baron pit. They have to try and contest. This is going to be the last ditch effort because they give up Baron. You can just see Novasphere Myth honestly running it down mid and winning the game here. They also have a split push, Sack the Light on the side lane with teleport. It's just suffocating any strategy from ID Hydra right now.
Yeah, and there's no vision for ID Hydra as well. So do they know if it's going on? No clue. There's pushing waves, so they don't even really get vision of that. They're going to go for Kaladin right here, but this is not an easy Swain to kill. And going to push that damage back, pay the price back as well. Ooh, taking some damage. I mean, they're fighting right here, but the Baron's just being taken.
Yeah, he is actually get the kill on Kaladin with the demonic extension. Sack the Light actually might get caught as well on the backside, but what a turn comes out. The Hounds kill off Sutek, and now he's going forward. Hounds pursuit goes going, but the dogs get the kill done onto the Orion. And now Cassante Valter goes all out. Does have the damage to likely get the shutdown, but what did it cost on the other side of the map? The rest of his team has died. It's Surge and company up and surging towards their base with Baron. This looks like it. We're going to be tied at 1 apiece in this big-time quarterfinals.
Yeah, especially when you have a Jinx as well with the new Get Excited mechanic. Let's all watch as Jinx shoots 1,000,000 rockets a second. Just at the moment, going for one at a time. Just yeah, there we go. Here we go. There's the damage coming across. Volter going to have to go in, get knocked up. Doesn't have the all-out. Might be able to kill Tritsu, but I don't think they're really concerned about the Jarvan as the final wave is going to push in. 30 minutes. This one was done a little bit quicker. ID Hydra fall.
We've got ourselves a series. That's the big point to take away here. Big time win for Novasphere. Myth, we had some questions about the draft, and now I will be exiting stage. We'll play. This will be
Stage
right? I'm going to exit stage right and let you apologize to Sack the Light for Defiri.
Sack the Light, I want to say I'm sorry. You know, I'm a man of faith. I like to think of myself, you know, as a man of God. As this will be a long
deep
drive.
to left from
It's
Castellanos.
it's an 11-2 drive from Sactolites to Fury, and that'll make it a 1-1 series. It was a massive game from Sactolite. I mean, there's no doubt about it. This is a champion that they are comfortable on, and it goes to show, right? We can bring all of this analysis, all of this theory into the games, but as Oppenheimer once famously said in Oppenheimer, theory will only take you so far. And comfort over meta is showing out this series. We've seen an Ezreal carry game, and then we've seen a Nefiri and a Swain carry game. These are champions that you don't really see in the pro play at the highest level, but it doesn't really matter because it's obviously that these players are comfortable on their pick. And so I'll do 1 over just apologizing. For the next potentially 3 drafts, I will no longer talk about meta champions. I will just talk about comfort picks because it's obvious in this series that is all that matters.
I love what you say to quote Oppenheimer in Oppenheimer when he also is just like a real person that said these things, and you quote the movie.
Did he say theory will only take you so far? I don't know if that was dramatized for the movie.
Oh, okay, that's fair. That could be a fair point. But there's nothing dramatized about this win for Novasphere Myth. They absolutely blow up this game. It would have been over 3 minutes earlier if it weren't for a fleeting Baron take from ID Hydra. But they were very much so command in game number 2. But the question becomes, are they in command of the series? We've morphed from a BO5 to a BO3 for one of these teams' lives in the tournament, the other one heading home. But for now, we're heading to another break. Game number 3 draft on the other side, folks. But let's take a breather, and we'll see y'all in a couple of minutes. We are back in action here. Saturday silliness, whatever. Saturday, I can't think of another analogy. Game number
Saturday
3.
Silas.
Saturday Silas, but the Silas didn't play. Whatever, man. We'll workshop
Saturday
that.
Swain.
There you go. We'll workshop that, just like both these teams are looking to workshop their drafts, each of them surmising a defeat and a victory. We've now transformed this quarterfinals into a best of 3. And we do have ID Hydra selecting blue side every single time with side selection. The team selecting has wanted blue side in this matchup, and for good reason. It's been the more powerful side for a very long time, it feels like, in League of Legends this year.
Yeah, both blue side teams have won so far. So 100% win rate on blue side. I just had talked about how I'm not going to talk about the meta. So in pro play, the reason that blue side is so good is because you get these really strong B1 picks. In this league, who knows? You know, you could pick anybody apparently. So we'll have to see who they decide to go with that first pick. But you have to imagine Maokai is in the cards for both of these teams. Great in the pro play, great in this league as well. Did get picked in game 1, ended up getting the W, and got picked in game 2 as well, or got banned in game 2. So we will have to see if the Maokai goes through. Other than that, I really don't have an idea of who's in the cards because we've seen a whole lot of different champions. The only other champion we've seen picked or banned in both games, maybe not the only other champion, but one of the other champions is the Senna, who has been picked twice now and has lost twice. So maybe the Senna's not great. Maybe, who knows?
Other champion that's also been picked in both games is Cassante. He's also lost both games as well. So keep that in mind if we see those play out. I believe we are soon to start draft here. And, well, Bonfire, I'm going to make you talk about meta.
Goodness.
Okay. Did you say okay?
I'm happy to talk about meta. I'm just going to lose my mind once both of these teams inevitably play solo queue stompers instead of the meta champions. But I'm happy to.
So, Senna's been played in both these games. I mean, do you think the answer here as we finally start is to just somebody pick the Tahm Kench next to it?
Yeah, in game 2 they didn't have the opportunity because it did get banned out. Although they picked the Cassante over the Senna, so they did have the opportunity.
They definitely did.
In game 1, they definitely had the opportunity, and they decided not to as well. So I think Senna Tahm Kench is the reason why Senna's good. I think Senna, alongside many other AD carries, just not nearly as good. And so I'd like to see the Tahm Kench, because as we've seen in both of these games, if Senna doesn't have a Tahm Kench beside them to, eat them if they're ever in any danger, you just have to play so much safer in these team fights. So we'll have to see if it's the Senna. Maokai goes through. Maokai gets picked. Not surprising at all, like I had mentioned.
Yeah, these are the same bans from game number 1. I can actually make sure.
Other than the Ivern, yes.
Yep. It was a Lux ban instead of the Ivern in game number 1, which was crazy to think of ban 1 Lux ban. He's comes across. Regardless, yes, so these are very similar bans. Novasphere Myth have not decided to switch up anything. So they're now on the red side, so they let the Maokai through, and they will answer with the Jarvan, which was very, very good for Tritsu in game number 2, and they lock in the Senna as well to make sure Senna has now been played in all 3 games so far this series.
All right, Slayer. Last game, I was brought to my knees with the drafting. This game, I might actually leave the call and no longer cast this. If they do not pick the Tahm Kench, we have talked extensively about why Tahm Kench Senna is so strong. We've seen that, you can try to do your own adaptations of Senna with other AD carries, and it has not worked out. Do not overthink it. Pick the Tahm Kench, I beg of you, as it is going to be the Zeri locked in for ID Hydra.
Yep, so they're going to a different hyper-scaling AD carry. We saw Jinx last game for Novasphere Myth, Zeri the other one. What do they want to pair next to it? That's a good question. They do have the Melio. Rakan is also very strong right now. We haven't seen him pop up at all. So I wouldn't hate this pick at all. Rakan is a very good support.
Yeah.
And I'm just
I'd love a Rakan. I'd love a Lulu. I'd love a Rakan or a Lulu. I think both play different roles, but both are very strong. All right. Here we go. It's do or die time here, guys. This is a good opportunity. This is a good opportunity. I'm so proud of you guys. I'm so proud of you guys. We did it. We've done it.
No, they know. They know how much we've been talking about it. You rats. That's a literal rat on the screen, by the way. Tebow's a
is a little
rat.
rat on the screen
Yeah,
right there.
yeah, that's what I thought. All right, guys, somebody's been listening to the
Uh,
streams.
Someone's having some
Okay.
fun. All right. No more. My heart dropped there. All right, Tom Kench. Thank you. Thank
I
you.
started singing
And
"We Are the
with that,
Champions."
I know. I was gonna say war is over. So, with the Novasphere, with the Tom Kench pick, I actually really like this Novasphere comp. Jarvan, Senna, Tom Kench, Cataclysm into the Tom Kench knockup means it's going to be more reliably landed. And then the Senna Tom Kench, very strong. You're going to outrange the Zeri so often in the late game. I like this a lot. Now you just have to survive the laning phase because Rakan, if the Rakan's able to knock up Senna, it could get really dicey. But I'm just happy that they picked it. We see the bans. Cassante not going to be picked up because of his ban, along with the Nefiri. It was just, talking about the comfort, a very, very strong pick. And the Ari, it's kind of a Bonfire's greatest moments of champions that he hated being picked.
That's funny. But no, I mean, the second stage of bans is mostly for comfort picks as much meta, right? You're usually target banning somebody. So you see both those come out. The Cassante ban, also a target ban. I've accepted the Novasphere myth knows what they like to troll. So they're going to hover some things that are a little bit crazy to throw Bonfire off. Swain, this is one of their pocket picks. They picked this last game. They gave it over to not Vault.
To Kaladin.
To Kaladin. So I like this pick not only because you might be able to trick them and send the Swain mid, right? I mean, I don't. Yeah. It's a viable solo lane option for either. Swain might be a little bit rougher though into Jax. I like that answer.
Yeah, and Walter had a great game on Jax. I was going to mention that I do like the Jax, and I like the Syndra as well into a Swain. So great scaling picks. ID Hydra, take a bow. Good draft right here. Good draft. Good draft. Bonfire thumbs up. That's a good draft. I'm proud of you guys. Look, you've got tankiness, you've got engage, you've got scaling, you've got split push, you've got pushing lanes early on. Covers all the bases. On the other side of things, Novasphere doing pretty good as well. Not a bad draft either. Gangplank's a bit interesting, but if it's a pocket pick, I can understand it. I think into a Jax, there is an argument to be made because you're able to get a lot of your damage off even with the Counter-Strike. The one concern I have is if the Jax hops on a Gangplank, you're just kind of like walking away, and so it can get a little weird. But you do have the orange to cleanse the Counter-Strike. So I like it. Both of these drafts, thank you. We're back on pace, boys. This is good drafts. Good drafts. Good drafts.
This is going to be the most boring game of the series, folks, because Bonfire likes it.
Well, it's also going to be a very slow game because of the scaling of a Gangplank and a Zeri, Jax, Syndra. There's very, very good scaling compositions. But you also have a Jarvan, a Rakan, a Tom Kench. There is early game initiators on both teams.
What screams out to me, though, is I think this game is going to go at least 35 minutes, and the fights, woo-wee.
Yeah.
These are going to be fun fights to watch, folks. I mean, every single champion, every single one of them, has a unique way that they want a team fight. Like, every one of them. Like, it's crazy. There's not one guy here who's rather be like, I'd rather split. You can say Gangplank, but Gangplank, when he gets to a point, he wants to fight because he just deletes people with his kit. So...
Yeah, and I think Jax also has...
Okay,
see, I was going to say Jax probably wants to split push because Jax is not a great team fighter for obvious reasons. Jax also is going to really, really struggle in team fights into this composition because who are you counter-striking? The Jarvan? The Swain? Gangplank can just cleanse it. Senna gets eaten by Tom Kench, and Tom Kench is a tank. So if you're this Jax, you have a very, very difficult job of things. If I'm Walter, I'm telling my team, stall, just do not fight, throw Nature's Grasp out, pop Zeri ultimate, do whatever you can to stall out these big neutral objectives, and I'm just going to side lane. And force the Gangplank to match me, in which, I think you feel a lot better about these team fights because the Syndra can pretty much go unopposed unless they get hit by a Cataclysm or a Never Move. So that's the big thing is that if I'm this Jax, I do not want a team fight. I do not want a team fight. But as I say that, I'm probably willing it into the universe that this Jax is going to solo team fight, not split push.
Yeah, that's the Bonfire way, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I do want to point out, I don't normally do this, but I did peruse the Twitch chat. It's usually a cardinal sin for me. I want to shout out Mr. Matt. He can't hear me, by the way, because it says he's only listening with video. But this is the funny part, right? Mal60 is watching the game without audio. So He has no idea I'm talking about him, hopefully. But all he saw from last game was the Cassante, and he just copy-pasted the Cassante beam. I just love that.
Love
It's
it.
Like,
Love
I don't
it.
need audio. I don't need to know what the caster's talking about. Oh, is that Cassante? Cassante, 4,700 HP, 329.
It's Cassante, man. Cassante wasn't even that good in the last game. It didn't really get, going as we thought it might. But it is still Cassante. Also, after Cassante game 1, I truly believe in that copy paste. That was an insane game 1 of the Cassante from Kaladin. On a different champion this time, on the Gangplank, which... Actually, I kind of want to talk about the Gangplank a little bit, because not really in the meta, but maybe should be. I think is a strong champion. The thing about Gangplank that is very, very annoying to go into is strong laner, good trading patterns, gets the push, great late game. So Gangplank, one of the best in terms of that regard. The biggest issue is that, and you also have a global ultimate, by the way. The biggest issue with the Gangplank is if you don't land your barrels, then you are not a huge problem. And so it is solely dependent on landing your barrels in the late game. But assuming that Kaladin has the ability to land the barrels, this could be maybe a pick that we look back on with fondness and we say, yeah, that was the pick that won them the game.
Yeah, well, there's only one way to figure that out, if we're going to look back on this game fondly or not, for either squad, is to get back onto the similar battle arena you all know and mostly hate. I'd say love, but mostly hate. Summoner's Rift. Soon on the cards here. We're going to go to a break. Game number 3, a big-time swing game for both these squads. Somebody's going to come out with a lead, and it's time to figure it out after a break. The stakes continuing to rise here in the Blue Water Diamond League playoffs, quarterfinals. Each of your teams you can see at the top of your screen have stolen, won, whatever you want to describe it, a game in our best of 5 series. And this one really starting to feel like the rubber match, Bonfire.
Yeah, it's the all-important match. You know, it is. It feels like it's going to put one team at 2 wins, which means that they just need to win one of two. I mean, however you want to math it out, it's a very important match. And I say that about every match, right? The game one, it's important to set the tempo. Game two, you know, either you fall 2-0 behind or you're able to even it up, blah 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 blah. But it does feel like game three is a very very important one because it's basically the game one of a best of three. So it's the same idea as the game one of a best of five, right? You want to set the tempo, you want to put yourself in an advantage. But also for a best of five, it puts you on map point. It gives you the opportunity to win it in four, to not have to go to that divisive, game five with Silver Scrape. So both teams really, really want this one. It feels like both teams really, really need this one. And we have normal drafts as well, which means that I think both of us can find a little bit more comfortably talk about what we expect to see.
Yeah, exactly. Out the gate, what do we see is that we're going to be a little bit cheesy with this level 1 coming across. Epic Fail Guy already going to get exhausted. Did not take E, so cannot get over the wall here. Good buffer, though, from Orion with the knockup to make sure this area is safe. So that is exhaust down. A bit of lane dominance early for Novasphere Myth, but could have gone a lot worse.
Yeah, the thing is that I don't think either of us really touched on. This Zeri is not going to be able to hit this Senna unless there's a Rakan knockup. I think the range advantage is just too good for the Senna. We're seeing it right here. There's the knockup, but with Epic Fail Guy already falling this low, right now they're just getting poked out. Orion might have to flash here. Indeed he does. Epic Fail Guy also being chunked down. This is fantastic work, and I love that early use of the exhaust, because you don't get the kill, so hold on. Okay. What are we doing here, Senna? Okay.
Skywriting is going really, really far. Yeah, that was...
Yeah. A little dicey there. Has to burn the flash.
And heal. Flash and heal down. So maybe a little bit of an overestimate. We'll see how that will change the lane. Orion doesn't have flash either, like you mentioned, so can't just flash knockout to try and get a trade. But yeah, I mean, you highlighted it. We didn't touch on it well, and apologies for that, but Epic Fail Guy's lane is nightmarish in this matchup.
Yeah, it just gets really difficult because of the range disadvantage. I was talking about that early exhaust and why I thought it was good. Yes, you don't get the kill, but you force them to, back off and take a terrible trade. And then when they try to walk back into lane, you're just continuously poking them out with the Senna. And so I do love that summoner choice. You did have a little bit of an over-eagerness there from Skywriting, and so you have to be concerned about a gank because you will just die as the Senna, so I love getting the ward down. But so far in the bot lane, very, very impressive work. Even though right now we've got an early advantage in terms of the farm for the Zeri, it's been very much a health advantage and a trade advantage for Novasphere.
And here's Orion, gets a good knockup, but that's onto Tom Kench. They do have Maokai here, so Sutek took the long way, avoided the ward, and how much is it going to pay? Because there's no flash, no heal on Skywriting. They're going to have to try and burn down Epic Fail Guy, but he flashes away. Skywriting still safe. Nobody get the DPS onto the Senna, and the turn coming out. Tritsu is here. Knockback comes through for Sutek, but he is a sacrificial lamb. Soon to fall. They're trying to give it to Skywriting, and they will. First blood over to Novasphere Myth.
Yeah, that is a massive pick to find because it looked terrible at first. We were talking about no summoners on the Senna. Should be a free gank. They even get the CC down. But I love the body blocking from Surge. You're not able to get all of that damage across as, hold on a second, Epic Fail Guy doesn't have flash.
Yep, Surge jumping a little too far forward, has to flash away himself. Tritsu does have flash available, going to go for the flag and drag, double knockup, gets one. He is going to fall to the turn, but he's trying to give over the second kill. Orion's staying alive very long and picks up a double turn, a blunder from Tritsu, cashes in for ID Hydra.
Yeah, I think they probably would have been content with just the one. They go for a little bit more, and they end up losing because of it. That's 2 kills being given over. It is on the Rakan, but not really a member that you want to give kills over to, because even though they won't do damage, it does mean that they're going to be a nightmare to deal with in the CC department. Still, I do feel like Novasphere pretty happy with the way that this lane state is going, but if you just take away all of that trading early on, the summoners, everything that looked good, it's a 7 CS disadvantage, and they're down in kills. So even with all of the early aggression in the bot side from ID Hydra, or excuse me, from Novasphere, they're still down in the bot lane.
Ritsu now pathing top side. I believe he's looking to just crash the wave here to make sure Valter doesn't get as much as possible. And Sutek shows up, he's like, hold on, hold on. Valter ain't losing any CS on my mark, so he shows up to buffer the wave. Fun little jungler interaction there. We do see Orion starting to roam. Valter engaging as well. And yeah, they found Sack the Light. Orion jumping onto him. Has the Ignite. This is the 2-0 Rakan. Look at the work he's doing with just a pair of Moby boots.
Yeah, gets the flash off of Sack to Light, and if you look at the summoners, that feels so bad because don't look now, that is teleport just being burned from the Swain. So yeah, you just got back to lane, fantastic. You now have to leave lane. You are no longer allowed to be here because of your health advantage, and if you do want to be here, you have to be concerned about a gank from Orion again. So look, this is what you want to see out of a support who gets 2 kills. You know, if you're a support main like I am, you never want to be getting the kills. You want your AD carry to get them, or your jungler, anybody but you. But if you are going to get the kills, you might as well make it work. Buying the Moby boots first is a huge investment and a great investment, and Uwu just absolutely shredded Sack to Light.
Yep, Sack the Light really didn't want to have to pay his wave toll there because he didn't have teleport like you were talking about, but he overstays and now is sent back on a gray screen this time. That feels so good for a Syndra, who in her current form is weakest in this early game, and is really going to inflate Uwu going forward.
Yeah, I mean, Uwu is going to be a huge problem as this game goes on. I like this from Tritsu as well. If we could just toggle vision real quick. I'm not sure if they saw him. I don't believe so, but Tritsu isn't sure, and so it is going to back away, especially with that huge wave crashing in. Recognizes that there's probably not an opportunity. But with that push, it does mean that they should be able to get first roam onto the dragon, and indeed they will.
They're able to jump right on top of that thing despite not having the mid prio. But it shouldn't matter too much, right? So we're seeing the kind of duality battle that could go on here. Uwu, early advantage in the mid lane, has a pretty sizable lead for himself, especially when he goes back to cash in on that gold he got. Actually, he might have already back to cash it in with that lost chapter. Not 100% sure. Regardless, has a lead. But so does this Senna Tahm Kench, which we've been screaming about. Somebody finally pair Senna with her trusty companion in Tahm Kench. And look how it's working out for Novasphere Mythbot side.
Yeah. Not so bad at all in the bot side. Skywriting will be very good this game. You know, has that kill and the assist. Obviously isn't so hyper scaled where they're just going to be a problem no matter what, but still is going to be a problem at the end of the day. If we could toggle gold real quick, do want to see, yeah, so is still sitting on 1100. So you were right, hadn't got that back off yet. And so once they do end up getting the back, you know, a blasting wand if you want to go for the Leandries. You know, you still have a lot that you could buy. Epic Fail Guy should just be able to dash away, and indeed is able to. As we look towards the top side, this gangplank could be in some trouble as on a second, yeah, should be able to get away. The Maokai was there, but you know, easy enough to just walk.
I do like this play once again from Orion, right? He now he's not on I'm playing pseudo AD carry. He's doing a good job roaming because while Zeri is in hell with this lane, Zeri is not designed to win, you know, it's not a Draven. You don't need to get kills early. You don't need to be aggressive in lane. You just need to farm up, hit your item spikes, and get to the mid game where you can start powering up. So Ryan, who has these 2 kills, who did get the Moby boots, is roaming and just reinforcing the support of the lane that needs to carry them through the mid game, which is Uwu. So really high level play from the support. And Orion's going to shut me up by immediately diving onto Sky Riding, and they're just going to burn him down. You've got the gangplank goal coming over top, but it's not enough. Ghost and the Lightning Crash Epic Fail Guy, and they're starting to farm. Surge has that gray health if he needs it. Has no flash though. Won't be able to get towards his turret in time. One more knockup. Epic Fail Guy is back and alive, baby. Here comes ID Hydra.
Yeah, ID Hydra beautifully played right there in the bot side, and Skywriting, for as strong as this Senna is still very, very weak. I think, you know, when you talk about a play, you always want to talk about the good that came into it. But I'm going to actually use this as an opportunity to talk about where was the Tahm Kench ult? I don't know if, you know, the Zyra, or yeah, the Zyra and the Rakan got 6 first, and they just didn't have it. But they didn't have it, they ended up falling for it.
Ult trading in the top side, though. There's Nature's Grass. Who's going to get the Rift Herald first? Tritsu's getting burned very low. Has to flag and drag out. So the roam-ups from ID Hydra really well timed. They are going to steal away that first Rift Herald as they're really starting to roar as we transition to mid-game.
Yeah, this has been a Orion masterclass of a game. After, a forgettable Callista game, finally back on an actual support pick, and is really showing out. Obviously you look at the CSs, hold on a second.
Ooh, great chain, gets the knockups. That orange is not going to save Kaladin, but the Cataclysm might. Treatsu to the rescue from the rafters. And somehow the 3v2 claims a kill for Novasphere Myth.
Yeah, they didn't just have the damage, right? They have the jacks, but doesn't really have enough damage to just burst someone down immediately. And other than that is a Maokai and a Rakan. Ends up being able to flash under tower, so both of them are taking tower shots, and then the Cataclysm was huge right there. They did see the Jarvan in the top side. They had vision of it, but they just thought that they could get the kill before anything like that could have happened. Orion coming back into the bot side, just as I was talking about how good Orion was doing, an unfortunate topside error.
And now this is rough for Orion because I'm sure you can contest to this, but supports, I'm going to save that point. We'll talk about it in a second because Kaladin is getting jumped on. Sutek is once again back. They really want to get this kill onto the gangplank, and this time Kaladin has no flash available, no cleanse as well. He's actually going to take a turret shot, so Valter, that's got to feel good after the death to pick up a kill 30 seconds later.
Yeah, they knew that there was no flash on the gangplank. Easy breezy, cover girl, not too difficult right there. Good recognition of the summoner, disadvantage in the top side. So, well played. I don't want to go too crazy about it, but just doing what they need to do. This I like a lot more, or just as much. They're able to get drop Rift Herald here on the top side and force Suck to Late, to come top. And that's great. That is an ultimate from Suck to Late, but hold on a second.
It's the never move after the hop from Valter, who's now fighting inside the demonic ascension. So Sack to Light, great usage of the E, actually gets him a kill, and that kind of squanders that Shelly play a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, the Shelly play looked great, but it didn't end up working out.
Did not work out at all here. Treatsu looking to make something work out towards this bot side now. That Abyssal dive from Surge doesn't find anybody to get the slow into Orion. Are they willing to dive this turret again? Nope, they've learned from their ways. Uwu roaming down, though. Is looking to blow somebody up. There's the Cataclysm. They have Epic Fail guy trapped in. Drops the Cataclysm, though. That's going to allow him to limp away. The Unleashed Power nearly finds the kill onto Treatsu. Good Devour coming across from Surge. And these wishy-washy fights are continuing on all sides of this game number 3.
Yeah, drops the Cataclysm there. And, Epic Fail guy just able to walk out with just a little bit of health. I understand as the Jarvan, you don't want to die. You want to try to keep yourself alive, but when you have that Tahm Kench, you can play a little bit more reckless. I mean, the ult was used to keep the Jarvan alive no matter what. And you probably could have picked up the Zeri as well. And you'd imagine Skywriting would have gotten it. So maybe a bit of blunder. We're starting to see both of these teams after game 1 and 2 were pretty clean across the board with some plays. A little bit of diciness.
Well, might get dicey mid again. Good flash there from Sack to Light. Orion, roaming as ever, forces another flash here. I want to ask you about this because we got cut off on the point there, but how does the game change for a support player when you're sporting a 300 gold bounty? Because it doesn't happen a lot, and now you're worth, targeting in fights almost.
Yeah, I think that you cannot be too concerned as what is going on from Sutek. They're going to actually, whoa!
This might work out. Epic Fail guy glides over the wall, pops Lightning Crash, and somehow Sutek, the bait master himself, has done it again. Big time kill picked up. Surge stuck under his turret, has to go to the gray health. Licks Sutek to death with one. Orion able to jump towards his teammate, but Sack to Light is here as well, looking for the never move. Can't get close enough just yet. Misses it wide and allows Orion to get back. The Abyssal Dive just short as well. They can't land the CC. Treatsu's here, and the Cataclysm is beautiful. Drops it again once more. Doesn't want to get burned because they're burning all the health bars. The never move, beautiful. Sack to Light is sucking everybody to death with the never move. Picks up a double on the bot side, and this game continues to seesaw.
Yeah, that is beautifully played right there. I love that chase right there because at a couple of times I was thinking, oh, it could get dicey. You have to keep an eye on Epic Fail guy on this Zeri, but they do a great job of zoning it off, and then Sack to Late. This is his champion, man. I know Kaladin had a good, Swain game in the last one, but I think Sack to Late is, the real Swain master we're starting to see because those are impressive plays. And you have to start to wonder if Novasphere is really the Swain team. I mean, 2 members that can pilot it at a high level, and they're really showing that they also understand how the champion wants to play out these fights. They want it slow. They want it to just make it very difficult and have to play through the Demonic Ascension. Really well played.
Well, Zactolite might just eat it now because Orion has flanked him. He has no flash. There's a Dawning Shadow to keep Zactolite topped off with a shield. They get the slow, and they're flashing for him. They're diving under. The Cannon Barrage is not enough to find a trade kill. Sutek picks up the shutdown, and the Swain falls.
Swain does end up falling, but they use a lot for it. And so do they feel comfortable enough going for another play? And it does look like right now they do. They're just going to walk back out. They feel fine. And they're able to get that kill onto the Swain, albeit it is onto Sutek on the Maokai. So not ideal, but at the end of the day, does feel good. As Tritsu, I love this from the Jarvan. Forcing this Zeri way, way back. Understands that the Rakan had just gone for a fight, you know, lived away with barely any health. And so this first tower, I think, is prepped to fall.
Yep. Will certainly fall over to Surge and Skyriding, so that's some good gold picked up. Tritsu does get slowed, trying to go for some extra Krugs. Now he's going to flag drag forward. He drops the Cataclysm once more. He's not going to let go of it. He's going to allow the knock-up to land from Surge. Beautiful CC chain. An epic fail guy all the way back in his tier 2 turret. Still hits the gray screen.
Yeah, I love when, you know, something I talk about in draft actually comes to fruition. I had mentioned that the Cataclysm alongside the Tahm Kench is a combination in theory that could work incredibly well. And right there, theory turned into reality. You just get the Cataclysm, the instant knockup as well from the Tahm Kench. Oh my goodness, Tritsu.
What a flag and drag knockup from Tritsu, showing off the J4 tech, and his team will cash it in. Surge has another. Orion has no way to dash away. Gets himself a killing spree. Tritsu, hats off to you on the J4, sir.
Tritsu, I see you. Tritsu, I see you. That was impressive. That is, it's not easy to do. I would implore anybody who thinks that's easy to go into the League of Legends client and try to do it themselves. I think, you know, out of 100 times, you maybe hit 50. It is not that hard, easy to do, as, Sutek taking a lot of damage. Will be able to just barely walk away. We're starting to see our Novasphere really start to come into their own in the series. In Game 1, we didn't love the draft. We said the scaling was good, but they had a lack of engage. This game, with the Jarvan pick especially, they're really starting to show that, yeah, they have figured out what works for them. The Jarvan and the Swain have both been just revelations for them in this series. And in this Game 3, they put themselves to a really nice lead. This Jarvan 4-1-4. You don't have the kills on your Senna, which is a little tough, but will scale up, especially with those souls, has an item already. They're in a great position, especially in this pivotal Game 2. Game 3.
Game 3. Still pivotal, though. And also Kaladin, who we haven't really talked about. Sure, he dies once on a pretty well-timed gank. But Gangplank is all about kind of just farming up, getting some damage down, cashing in as much first strike goal as you can in range versus melee. And then you hit hard once you hit 3 items. So the fact that Kaladin doesn't have to brunt a lot of the carrying earlier into this game just bodes even better for this comp from Novasphere Myth.
Yeah, Tritsu is at a really good position right now. 4-1-4, has the Gore Drinker, level 10, and they want to do something on Vaulter because of it.
Immediate Cataclysm, the Counter-Strike Vaulter just wants the turret. So he's going to claim it, but he's going to fall for it. So 1 turret for a kill, and that kill goes on to Kaladin. Bot side, Uwu could potentially pay for his life, and he will. So the solo lanes each cashing in a kill here for Novasphere Myth. They are running away with this game.
Yeah, and how much are they going to lose from that? Because kills are not created equal. Sometimes you get a kill and you don't get a lot for it. Swain's pushing bot. Gangplank's going to get a tower top. I mean, those are 2 massive, massive kills to find because of the ramifications it could potentially have. Skyredding should be fine, especially with the Tahm Kench there. And so they're going to get a ton of tower. They're going to get the first, top tower down. How much do they get in the bot side as well? This Swain able to push in a wave, not a ton of damage, but able to get a wave pushed in, and it's going to have to get grabbed by the Maokai, which is going to continue to, eat away at the CS disadvantage that he had against the Syndra. Been very, very impressed by this Novasphere squad. It feels like they're kind of entering a second gear because, we had mentioned how in the regular season they were not the powerhouse that I think many people, kind of thought they might be as the 5th seed. But in the playoffs, at least in Game 2 and 3, we're starting to be very, very impressive.
And for once, we're finally not getting a goddamn Cloud Soul, so Dragon takes actually matter a lot more. Chemtech isn't the top echelon, but is better than the Cloud Soul in my mind. And Novasphere are going to immediately jump on this first spawning Chemtech Drake right near, pretty rapid pace. No contest is going to be here, so they're going to get on Soul Point as well. It's just all up Novasphere right now.
Yeah, we've talked about ID Hydra as well. They're team fighting, with the Syndra, with a Zeri, with a Maokai, with a Rakan. Really, really strong team fight. Could disengage, could engage as well. I think that we haven't really seen that yet. They've been forced into these uncomfortable skirmishes where I think Swain and Gangplank really do their best work. And we're also seeing that this Jarvan pick also loves these skirmishes and is really benefiting from it. So the question is, how long can they continue to stall? How long can they wait for their team comp to really come online and become this great team fighting composition? Because at the moment, this Novasphere squad is kind of running away with it. Well, I don't even think this Rift Herald is going to crash. And I think that Hotline is dead.
Yeah, gets caught out. One never move, and with Rallies, no flash, you are a dead Syndra. And it looks like Sutek might be as well. Cannon Barrage over top, gets out of the Cataclysm. Orion, good charms, but he brings the root over to his AD carry. Epic fail guy. That could cost him his life. Has to dance around that eye from Swain. The never move does pull one back. Sutek jumps to save his AD carry, who's already dead. Treats to the flank. It's too beautiful. Multitude of kills, all up Novasphere Myth. They have sacked game number 3.
Yeah, it's too beautiful. It's too easy, Slayer. It just should not be that easy to get 4 kills under a tower, but they juggle the aggro perfectly. They know who to hit and when to hit them, just landing their spells. I mean, that is a very, very impressive feat, and they're going to grab themselves a Baron for it as well. This game went from, yeah, it's close, you know, Novasphere had a lead, but it should get whittled down, or, you know, the scaling's good, blah, 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 to Novasphere, if they lose this, would be a fairly large threat. They have vaulted themselves into a fantastic position. They are on Cloud Soul, or Soul Point. They have a 7,000 gold lead for themselves. They just grabbed Baron with all 3 inners to grab. They're in a great position to take this pivotal game 3. And after game 1, I don't think anybody would have expected this, but it's just their pocket picks. You know, it's this Swain that's been working out for them. We haven't seen a lot of this Gangplank, but it, has done great work on the side lanes. And it's finally the Tahm Kench Senna combo that we've been waiting to see.
Yeah, this hopefully will demand a ban or a pick going forward here. This is looking like the first time blue side might lose in this series, which will put, ID Hydra in a questionable spot, right? Okay, we just lost on blue side. Do we want to swap to red side to try and maybe land counter picks we like finally, give ourselves advantages in lanes, or do we still like a B1 Maokai, something like that? Those are the questions that are having to come into the minds of, the coaching staff for this ID Hydra squad, and they're tough decisions.
Yeah, no, they're none of these are easy decisions, because, like you said, while blue side is generally thought of as the better side, when there's pocket picks, it's not really that great, as, Swain actually is just taking everything up.
Yeah, well, he nearly dies to Unleashed Power and will finally get shut down, but look at all the havoc he's caused, right? There are so many ults blown, a lot of low health bars, so it's almost like that was a winning play there for Novasphere Myth, because the rest of the squad can just circle back mid, knock down that turret, and potentially more with this Baron wave.
Yeah, they're able to get the kill onto Suck Late. Oh boy, this Jax is in a really uncomfortable position, is going to have to back up, and they're just going to 4-man bot. They're not really too concerned about anything that happened top. They know that this Syndra is catching waves. They see her on vision, and so yeah, they're just going to go to grab this turret. It is not going to be easy, as the wave does end up falling, but I think that this turret is as good as dead.
Well, they use 4 ults to kill Sack the Light, so 4 valuable ults are all down. They're still trying to fight it here in the Cataclysm. Vaults are doing a good job brunting the damage with Grandmaster's Might. Epic Fail Guy, they're going to get the shutdown there, so there's a big kill coming, but Sack the Light's teleporting back in. Vaulter a little too far for his britches, able to dash out. Good hop back to the minions. The damage has been done. Sutek and Vaulter have to back up. ID Hydra, they have to give up this tier 2 turret.
You would think, but it looks like they're sticking around, and especially with this ultimate. Oh my goodness.
Welcome to Gangplank. Ooh is immediately 1/3 health, and Sack the Light is flanking. Instant extension again. Here we go. Swain is just sapping the life out of everybody on Novasphere Myth right now. This is a Swain's wet dream that gets shut down with the nightmare that is Unleashed Power. Ooh gets that kill. Finally, the tier 2 falls.
They got Senna.
Maybe overextend. They do get Senna. Jumping forward, Vaulter, full health. There goes Sky Riding, and here comes the quickness from Orion. Gets the knock-up onto Surge. Kaladin has to watch his valuable Frog teammate fall. And this is starting to feel like game number 1. ID Hydra, they punch back.
Yeah, Novasphere just kind of overstaying right there. They had, like you said, all of those key ultimates off of ID Hydra members because of that pick top. But they just get a little overzealous, a little overeager. It's going to cost them this Soul Dragon. Tritsu's here, but with no help, with no members, with no help, I don't think he can go for this. Maybe a potential steal, but you would be potentially giving up. They want to continue to fight this.
Ooh, Kaladin, my god, where did the Zeri go? I don't know, but here comes Tritsu. Cataclysm, the bot lane down for ID Hydra. Vaulter now trying to fight 1 versus 2. Grandmaster Might, not enough. Here comes the gangplank. Kaladin has been farming silently in the side, and now has announced himself to game number 3 with that double.
Yeah, by the way, that was a 2v5. Obviously, you didn't have Sutek and Uwu there. They were still, by the dragon getting into that. But realistically, that was a 2v5. And honestly, it was a 1v3. Kaladin did almost all of the work right there. Beautifully played. They get to the soul. Sutek tries to go for the steal. He's going to lose his life for it. And even though ID Hydra had found a fight that had worked for them, had gotten a lot of kills, had gotten some gold in their pockets, they lose the soul, they lose a lot of members, they lose a lot of map control, and they're back into the same position they were just in. It is unfortunate because it looked like they were potentially finding their way back in, and now they're back to square one.
Yeah, and it gets even worse because what champions benefit most from extra resistances and such at low health? Oh, Swain. Probably one of the best for that. Tom Kench, too. Like, Chemtech's Drake is not the best compared to Ocean or Ocean Mountain and Hextech, right? But situationally, Chemtech is just so valuable for 2 of the beefiest frontline members of Novasphere Myth going forward.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy to take down this Swain, but especially this Tom Kench, who is 134 CS, has the Jack Show. This is a very, very tanky boy. They're going to have to get through this front line in order to get to everybody else. I think all eyes are pretty much on this Syndra and this Zeri. Both have been afforded an opportunity to be the carries, especially the Syndra. I do like the itemization. I think we talk often about when you're going into these tanky members, you really have to go Leandri's. I do like the fact that they, did end up doing that. Should be able to make it a little easier, but it's not easy at all. At the end of the day, it is not easy.
Oh God, Gangplank at this level is unbelievable to watch here. Kaladin has barely had to even click on to Vaulter. He let the barrels do the talking, and boy, were they barking. Solo Bolo on the bot side.
Yeah, and that was, again, as I said earlier, way too easy. It should not be that easy for an early game Jax or for a late game Jax to get bursted down. Such a late is alone here and is dead.
Yeah, you know what that was? I was curious. I was going to ask Wookie to look at it, but Uwu, I was curious if he hit the 100 splinters threshold. That execute damage you saw is that. So, yeah, we can see he is actually transcended fully. So all splinters have been taken, the extra AP coming across, all the abilities enhanced on Syndra, and the best one, in my opinion, is always that 15% below HP execute Syndra ult has. It's going to make Sactolite have to play a little bit smarter in these fights.
Yeah, I think that Sactolite, as good of an early game and a mid game as he's had, has not really been that great late game, or at least late-ish game. Has really struggled with, getting these engages and not dying. And we're starting to see that in full effect. The Orion wants to clear this wave and then get out, should be able to do so, hop over to the AD carry. But they are clearing vision. I don't think they saw that ward, and so luckily for ID Hydra, they don't have to be too worried about a Baron take, at least not right now. But if they are able to clear that ward away, then we might have a Baron dance.
But here comes the problem with letting Gangplank get so far ahead. You saw that when Vaulter tried to answer him. Who the hell else do you send? Because if Vaulter dies that quickly, nobody can really match this Gangplank unless you're bringing multiple members. And that's exactly what Novasphere Myth need to take this Baron for free.
Yeah, and I do love how Kaladin's in the bot side, and he's urging them, hey, answer me or lose your Baron. And they basically have an unfortunate choice. They do roam over, the Syndra, and they do have all teleports. And so realistically, if the Baron gets started, they can teleport everyone over. If I'm Novasphere right now, I'm forcing the teleports. I am, starting this Baron up. Once I see the teleports, I'm disengaging. And then you just throw the Gangplank in the side lane, and you throw all caution to the wind. But it looks like right now they just want to go for it.
And they're looking at 50-50, but the Senna damage is really deadly. Orion already down to half health, but still has the quickness, flash available. Cannon barrage comes over top. They're going after Uwu. Surge is just running him down. The Cataclysm, they've locked down the Syndra, soon to fall. Orion gets some big charms on the back line, but that barrel was massive. Pops Orion. See you later, Valter as well. Kaladin is dominating. He wants this series in his palm of his hands. He wants the lead, and he's going to take everybody out for it. A double kill over this Gangplank, 7-1-8, and that's wraps on game number 3. That's wraps on the series lead for ID Hydra.
Yeah, they don't even have to worry about the Baron because they got the fight of dreams right there. Kaladin had a beautiful ward set up, and so could just set up barrels and had perfect vision of where everybody was, and it's only Epic Fail Guy on the Zeri. My friend, you are very strong on the Zeri, but I do not believe you are strong enough. Has to try to clear the wave. They're not even worried about the wave. Trisu is tanking up. It's a little dicey now, guys. The health bars are coming up in 4 seconds. They're going to have to take this now. They should be able to do so.
Oh, they got to burn the Nexus down, and nobody's hitting Kaladin. He's going to get it. Of course, Kaladin, he even cashes that 50 gold in for slaying the Nexus, so it got sketchy. But there was nothing really sketchy about that win. The solo lanes, and specifically Kaladin, the hero of game number 3, the Novasphere Myth, have now put ID Hydra, albeit a little bit of one, but on upset alert.
Yeah, it's an upset. You know, if you're looking at just the seeding, it doesn't look like that crazy of one. But if you're looking at the regular season standings, this squad, this Novasphere squad, was pretty much a big question mark. You know, lost a lot of their series pretty handily, won a lot of their series pretty handily. It was, you know, how are they going to fare when they go against an opponent, you know, equal to them or slightly better than them? And they're showing up. They're showing that they're going to do pretty well against them, especially in this game 3. That Gangplank was a fantastic pocket pick, and you know, in the draft, I said maybe we were going to look back at that draft and say, you know, the Gangplank was what turned the tides. I'm an oracle, my friend, because that was 100% the big difference maker in this game.
Yep, tops the damage charts you can see above us. That 7-1-8. And this is the problem, like, Gangplank is such a silent killer because Valter's sitting there on lane thinking, all right, I'm going even. I'm a Jax, all right? That's not the worst thing in the world for me. I can go even. I can be the side lane threat. I have the 1v1 dueling ability. I can stun this guy up and kill him. But my God, if you let Gangplank just sit in his lane and farm up, this is what happens if you put him in the hands of a guy like Kaladin. And we see the result.
Yeah, we would 100% see the result. I think also, you know, with these best of 5 series, it's always the fun mini game of, you know, kind of the ebb and flow of the draft, because you're talking about, you know, champions that you need to ban. You know, we think, you know, the Cassante very strong, the Maokai very strong, now the Gangplank very strong, the Jarvan's been an issue, the Senna Tomcat, you have to ban at least one of them. Uh, and so it's, you know, how many bans do you have to really throw around? I think that they have to start to be concerned about all of these champions that are really starting to have fantastic series as a whole.
Well, and now they got to decide, do they stick on blue or do they go to red? The first blue side loss coming across here. A lot of decisions on Friday. Hydra, their season on the line going forward, and we're going into another intermission. On the other side, though, game number 4 draft to see if we're going the distance or if we have an upset on our hands. Stick right with us.
knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. How many came to fight and die here? How many legions overcome? How many scars are left behind us? But there will be no rises. There's always light waiting Hear the awakened world. Scream glory and scream courage. Here we stand forever from this day. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still and we still remain. Yeah!
It's been an action-packed night of League of Legends so far. We've
League of
gone
Legends.
3. Are you done?
Sorry.
You done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways, it's been a bit wacky. We've had some fun. 3 games done. We're going further than just a 3-game sweep here. We're into game number 4. ID Hydra. They wanted blue side. They've kept it, but they're sticking to similar bans so far. They've taken away the Ivern a couple of times. What do you think the adjustment needs to be here, Bonfire? If you're going to stick on the blue side, what are you looking for?
I think the Maokai, I know it didn't really work out in the last game. I still think Maokai is a very, very strong champion. I think every champion looks not great when you lose, but I do think that Maokai is still one of the best champions in the game, and I don't think you can really go wrong with it. Novasphere is going to ban out the Garen. Once again, it looked like they could potentially ban the Syndra. They're going to stick with the Baron. I like that ban, and there it is. One of the bans we're expecting to see, the Senna ban, which has been terrorizing this series so far. Sometimes it's terrorizing for the team that pick it. Sometimes it's very strong with Tom Kench.
Yeah, it is 1-2 actually through 3 games, and won't get a chance at a 4th game. But this is the interesting part. So they are going to get Sutek on the Jarvan or Tritsu, one of the two of them. The Jarvan over the Maokai is the important thing I want to facilitate here. And another champion that I know you like a lot is also pretty strong right now. Talia hasn't been heard from this entire series long, and Novasphere Myth are trying to add another little fold to their game plans, and they'll lock it in.
Yeah, I think Talia is incredibly good right now in terms of the wave clear and the jungle clear that she has, no matter where you put her. And also is just a good complementary piece to a team fight. You know, she's not going to make the team fight all by herself unless something crazy happens, but you get some CC down, you're knocking people up, you're throwing the rocks down, so people have to be worried about where they dash and whatnot, and you're just continuously pushing out damage with your, Q. So I like the Talia pick. I think it's very strong right now. They see the Jinx, and it is immediately an Aphelios lock-in, which I know in Game 2 we were talking about Rumble might be difficult to pick up. Aphelios, not easy as well to pilot, but if it is piloted by the correct person, can be a menace to play against.
We'll have to look for that one, as there are 2 hyperscaling ADs on either side so far. What do the support combinations look like, right? Because there are nearly every option, to be honest with you, except Seraphine. And wow, look at this. ID Hydra, they want to steal the Swain away. And that's not a support Swain. It could be, but I'm assuming they're trying to throw as some sort of, fake out. Where are we going to take the Swain? I don't hate this answer, right? We saw Uwu do a decent job on the Sylas up against the Swain. So why not, if you lose the Swain or your Novasphere Myth, let's take the Sylas so we at least have somebody with Demonic Ascension.
Yeah, I'm iffy on the Swain. I just don't think it has a ton of great ultimates to steal. We saw the Swain go against the, and we were talking about like, ooh, it can steal Cataclysm. I don't think we saw a single Swain stolen Cataclysm in that game, and I think even if we did, I don't think it's fantastic. I think it's okay. Which is flying through bans right here, as it is pretty much all the same bans throughout the board. And so it's interesting to see. I think one band that pretty much went under the radar, or 2 bands potentially, Nautilus and Rakan, both not picked up, both very strong. You could go Lulu with the Aphelios as well. I think the Thresh band is good because both AD carries would love that as a support. So a lot of supports could be potentially picked here. And then obviously we have to decipher where this Swain is going to see if it's top or mid.
I like the Thresh band a lot more on the ID Hydra side. I think Jinx and Thresh is the... I think Thresh and Jinx is a lot like how people look at Xayah Rakan. I think should be the way people right now look at Jinx Thresh. They are kind of a match made in heaven when they get paired together, so I don't hate that band nonetheless. Rakan, though, the aforementioned, will be put with the Jinx. Multifaceted support, has his peel ability, has his engage mostly. I like that combination. What do you stick with the Aphelios now, though? I wouldn't hate the Nautilus. Rel is apparently non-existent in this series. Alistair, also non-existent in this series. I think Alistair. I've decided. Alistair. Slam Alistair.
Yeah, except for you're giving Alistair ultimate to the Sylas. So maybe don't slam Alistair. Milio isn't terrible. We're seeing like the same 25 champions through through all of these games. Both teams are just trading picks across the board. It is going to be the Milio, I think, taking that away from the Jinx, except for they already have picked the Rakan. So I guess Milio, Aphelios, keeping the Aphelios, tidy. And then it is going to be the Ornn top. Maybe the first time we've seen a tank top laner in this series. So it is going to be the Ornn, which, you know me, I'm always going to love an Ornn pick. It's simple. It's easy. Don't overthink it. You go Ornn. You lose lane, you win the game because you're Ornn. It's just easy peasy. Great team fighting, good scaling, fantastic.
Tank v tank matchup is Bonfire. We did have Cassantes, and that is technically a tank. So we've had tanks in this matchup. Tank of the hate is all I get at this point. Shen, I like that as an answer. A lot more global onus. And Shen can pair really well. Look for, I'm calling it now, we're going to see some Stand Uniteds onto the Rakan bot side. And he's just going to charm everybody up while the Stand United is charging. And then you just have so much extra CC over top to try and inflate this Jinx with kills.
Yeah, I actually really like the Shen because Talia and Jinx both really could use the peel and some help. You don't have a support to, give them shields, no Ivern, no Lulu, no Milio. And so I actually like the Shen as kind of a de facto, like, yeah, I can throw a Stand United on you in a team fight if need be. I can help you around the map little bit more. And also, I think Shen, when you're going into an Ornn, you drop the Stand United, the thing is always, well, how much do I lose for it, across the map? If we go and we only get a kill, but we lose 3 or 4 plates, it's not super fantastic. But you're going against an Ornn, so even if you lose both top turrets, who really cares? It's an Ornn. You're probably not too concerned about it, especially if you're making good use of it. And so I like this Shen pick actually quite a lot. The question is, as it always is with Shen, how are you going to be able to get onto anybody with your dash when you're going against Emilio? And that, I think, is kind of the biggest concern. But if you're able to do so, I think that we can really, again, this is my bonfire calling it, we could look back at this pick and say, yeah, that Shen was really a huge reason why they won this game.
It's going to be fun because for the first time in this series, we're seeing engage versus disengage, right?
Yeah.
ID Hydra have committed pretty harshly to pulling everybody into them. They want everybody sucked into this Cataclysm, this Demonic Ascension. You've got the Ornn with the knockups as well to create a pretty big sort of CC front to back. But Novasphere Myth, gotta give them hats off. They've got great ways to disengage. Seismic Shove you got with the Taliyah, obviously, anyone walking over those plated pieces of stone will get stunned up as well when movement abilities come out. You've got Rakan with charms, knockups, Shen, taunt can be used defensively as well. I'm going to be really pressed to see exactly how these fights play out because it's going to be kind of the battle of if ID Hydra can get the right engage and blow everybody up, the fight's over. But if Novasphere Myth stall out a bit, get the Jinx excited off a kill on the frontliner, it's a whole different fight. So pretty good climactic way to potentially end our series.
Yeah, I think it also comes down to this Aphelios, right? There is damage on Jarvan and Swain, don't get me wrong. But in terms of consistent team-winning damage, it's pretty much solely on the Aphelios' back. And he has Emilio, he has an Ornn, so he has, ways to keep himself alive. But if this Aphelios gets knocked up by a Taliyah, if this Aphelios gets charmed or gets, taunted by the Shen, it's over. I think that fight is done because even if the Swain is doing tons of damage, is, draining everybody, I just don't think it's enough to get through a Shen, to get through a Silas, to get through, these members. It really needs to be the Aphelios. And so, in this meta, it is very much an AD carry meta where, you see the best players in the world are AD carries. And I think this series will show that as well. This is the ruler performance. This will have to be the Gala performance, the Gumayushi performance. Because if they fall flat and, they don't have a great game on the Aphelios, that's the season over.
Great points to make there. I do want to make sure to realize, not 100% sure, but I'm pretty confident that's a Taliyah jungle now. It could have gone mid with that first pick. You can send Silas jungle. We obviously have been thrown off by positionings from certain champions in this series already, actually from Novasphere Myth as well. Or no, actually it was from ID Hydra. Regardless, that's how I think they'll slot in here. And that does give a lot of onus already to Sutek on ID Hydra's side, because Taliyah, as well as she clears, ganking-wise, you're not really ganking until you have a Weaver's Wall, it feels like a lot of the time, and J4 can get out there and cause a lot of havoc a lot earlier. So ID Hydra got to play through their jungler early off the big gate, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, you're 100% right. And I think that this Taliyah, even in the late game, it will be an issue. Early on, can get abused. I think Jarvan could be a huge issue, a thorn in the side. And so for ID Hydra, I think you highlighted it perfectly. Like, they need to get out on the map early and cause disruption, cause havoc, and maybe get Aphelios a couple of kills and be a huge issue that way. But they're gonna have to do it pre-6 in the top lane, because if they take a fight and Shen is able to get the ultimate off, they're going to lose it. And so they have a very tight window. The first 5 minutes of this game is where I think they need to get themselves a gold lead, or things could get a little bit weird.
Yeah, certainly. And once ults come online, they're going to have to kind of turtle and wait to get to those fights. But they've got to fight somehow. ID Hydra, their season is on the line, folks. And as we go into our next break, keep that in mind. Summoner's Rift, potentially the last game of our quarterfinals on the horizon. Stick right with us as normal.
through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing on the burning bride. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. Through our last free breath and back again. We've seen our scars burn red and seen them turn to flame. We are the fire that guides our destiny. Yeah, the tides of nations. We fight until the last. Hear the awakened world. Scream glory and scream courage. For here we stand in the path of victory. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing on the burning ride. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. How many came to fight and die here? How many legions overcome?
Could this be the final time tonight we emerge onto Summoner's Rift? Well, Novasphere Myth is looking to make that happen. They've got ID Hydra up against the ropes, crafted a composition with some new faces. That's what you see to get deep into this series. And the question is, will the Shen, will the Talia, will the Ornn, will the Aphelios make the difference in this game?
We'll have to see. I think that a lot of those champions are very strong right now. We've seen a whole lot of not meta champions, champions that both of us have criticized. But we've also seen a lot of very strong meta champions. We're seeing the resurgence of Rakan in this series. Whoa, we're starting to see good trades right there from Late. But we're starting to see the resurgence of a lot of strong meta champions. And this game, we're seeing some strong meta champions that are making their first appearance. The Aphelios, the Ornn, the Talia, all very, very prevalent in some of the best champions in the game and how they play things out. And they are all making their first games in this series. So the question is, is it going to go as expected, where these champions are going to show why they're so highly prioritized, or is it not going to go as expected? And that's kind of the big question. As wow, Late doing a really great job early on in the mid lane.
Landed back-to-back Abscond of Ducks. That knock-up not going to land for Skywriting. Good little sidestep there from Epic Fail Guy. Take a look at some of these runes and summoners. One thing that stands out to me is this is, I believe, the second time Surge on the Jinx has actually opted for the Exhaust over the Ghost, which is a little intriguing to me because Ghost, it really just plays into how Jinx, can backpedal and kite back. Exhaust, we'll see how useful it ends up being.
Yeah, I think it's good when you're going against a Swain, and I think that's the reason that they picked it. The Swain always wants to be on top of you, draining you, making your life very difficult. It's difficult to get the Swain off of you, and so I do like the Exhaust pick there to ensure late game, even though Ghost is good to be able to get away, once the Swain picks up and Rylai's, you're just not going to be able to get away from the Swain, and so instead doing that is, hold on in the mid lane. Oh, Talia.
Good seismic shove, but Light is very low as well. One more auto, first blood found, will get traded out. But well done from Uwu. First time on the Swain, gets the first blood, the positive trade in the mid lane.
Yeah, very, very positive trade. And that's it's a great start for Uwu. Kind of a necessary start as well. Didn't take teleport, so if both members ended up walking away, limping away with no health, I think the wave would have crashed and would have found themselves in a deficit. But both of these mid laners are just looking to fight at all points in time right now. I mean, we've seen two jungle ganks. We've seen so much trading between these two. It's kind of a joy. It's kind of fun to see these two mid laners, especially after watching, I don't know if you're watching Worlds, viewers in chat, but I am starting to get tired of watching Syndra versus Orianna or Azir versus Orianna. It's a very boring early game.
Nothing boring about this early game. Kills on either side so far. The bottom lane should be pretty boring. A cold start, especially from Epic Veil guy. ID Hydra are essentially sacking lane, right? They're turning into a farm spree, as Orion is making me eat my words by pressing 2 players off the wave with Melio.
Yeah, Jinx early is tough, man. That is a not very good early champion. Ooh, Calvin, hold on a second here.
Oh! Talk about new champions coming to the block. Kaladin pulling out his Gangplank in the last game and now showing off his Shen for a kill. There's a beautiful flash knockup from Sutek, who has the flag and drag flash combo knocked down well as well. Uwu gets that kill. This Swain is online. Couple of big champions to watch going forward with earlier advantages.
Yeah, that was a beautifully played right there in the mid lane. In the top side as well, Kaladin, I saw it coming. You know, you heard me say, ooh, Kaladin. Yeah, I want to point that out because I knew that, you know, Lethal was potentially there. And Valter, I think, is going to look back at that one and be a little bit disappointed in himself because had Flash available and didn't end up using it. Thought that, you know, maybe he could be a little greedy, not have to use the Flash, should be safe. But that damage will sneak up on you with the Shen. And right there, 100% did. Now Kaladin has found himself an advantage, doing pretty good for himself.
Good unstoppable cancel on the taunt there from Valter. Sutek is hovering. Not really a gank opportunity. I mean, this is a flashless Shen, but do you really want to dive a Shen? Especially when the taunt comes back up, which I have to assume it is. I guess they're waiting to see if Kaladin will dash in. Sutek just hovering there to make sure the wave will crash. And that it will for Valter, so nothing really to come of it. Oh, he canceled his back. What is going on?
They could go for something. I mean, Kaladin is fairly low, but they just don't have a ton of damage. And indeed, they are going to hedge their bets and decide it is probably better off to not go for anything in the top side. So, Kaladin will survive a little bit longer. No need for any concerns there on the top side. But early on, you know, we were talking about the early trading in the mid lane. 100% coming up in favor of this Swain, and I think he's got Sutek to thank for that. Got the first kill by himself, but second kill right there is all Sutek.
Already going in, he has the jungler support, flash forward to seismic shove, not gonna land. Orion responds with his own dash away. So you trade jungle flash for support, flash, and heal. Novasphere Myth have the more aggressive bot side, but will it cost them? Sutek has roamed over. Uwu cutting them off from escaping. There's the demonic ascension popped. No flash on Talia is a big thing to watch as Tritsu can only just get sapped of all of their life, running the wrong way, trying to protect Sky, riding, and will fall for it. Uwu taking over this game. He does not want to go home just yet.
Yeah, we've talked extensively about the early skirmishing power that this ID Hydra squad has. When you have a Jarvan, when you have a Swain, you want to constantly be fighting, always kind of battling it out for everything, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're not letting Novasphere get any inch in the river, and yeah, like I said, Tritsu going in a little bit too far there, getting that flash burnt early on. I was going to mention it before it happened. I didn't have a chance to. I would 100% trade Melio Flash for Talia Flash any day of the week. I understand it's 2 summoners on the Melio for just the 1, but Flash is pretty much essential on a Talia because of how low mobility you are, and right there you saw why.
Exactly. Doesn't have access to the Weaver's Wall either. Level 5 on that Talia, and pays the price. So now we're looking at, you know, the push and pull that a late game series kind of gives. Right now, it's ID Hydra, spearheaded by Uwu, 3-1 on this Swain, has those Merc Treads, which I like a lot against a lot of the CC on this team for him. Is, oh, that Abscond of Duck might went too far. Sactolite does steal the Demonic Ascension, which may assuage them actually jumping, and he might have a turn here. The ultimate doing so much to keep him topped off and drain his enemies, but it was really just a safety measure.
Yeah, Sactolite is a little crazy with the E's. I think the fadeaway E, my friend, as fun as it is, I think you gotta be a little careful here because, you know, obviously right there was able to survive, but I think in another instance might not be possible. And here's the Weaver Wall.
Ooh, beautiful Weaver Wall into the taunt, flashed over by Valter, dodges the seismic shove. So well played there, well-timed flash, but they are really hounding Valter on this weak side Ornn.
Yeah, this Ornn is really struggling right now. Just kind of weak-siding, like you said, and hasn't really gotten a lot of resources. Meanwhile, the Swain does get the gank, gets the flash off of the Ornn, which I think takes some of the kill pressure away. You know, I think it's funny to say, but Ornn does have kill pressure, especially if he has a gank coming in to just be able to get the flash knockup. So being able to get that away is going to keep this Swain feeling pretty comfortable. And also, no teleport on the Ornn means I think really, realistically, the Swain can get an ultimate off without a lot of trade potential from the Ornn. And so I would keep an eye on a potential fight in the next minute or so because they've got a good timing to try to potentially go for something with the Swain. And the ultimate soon coming up for Skywriting.
I will say the reason Ornn can stay in lane there is because he's able to shop from lane. He would have already had a reset by this point, but he's able to buy a Ruby Crystal and that refillable. So that's why he's staying in, is we do have Orion dropping off, so does Surge. I'm going to assume that...
The ripped.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that was just a little bit... We've caught up to a sort of delay where they fell off, because there's no pause, so everything will look fine. Okay.
Surge is currently doing things as... oh, there's a beautiful...
That's a beautiful stand denied. Sutek is now caught when he was trying to make the dive. The Cataclysm not in time as well. Shutdown galore. Here comes Novasphere Myth.
Yeah, I think we have to start having a conversation as Kaladin, potential MVP conversation from this for this series. If the Novasphere squad does end up winning, Kaladin in game 1, they did end up losing that game, but had a very impressive K'Sante game. Game 2 and 3, very, very strong on the gangplank. And had a great Swain game, now playing a Shen, a whole different style, but that is a split-second decision to ult the Swain, or the Sylas right there, keep the mid laner alive, get a double kill, and Kaladin, very, very impressive work on, again, many different styles of champions.
How good does that feel as well for Sack the Light, who was 0-2 before that, has now immediately turned this around, 2-2 with his own bounty, and most importantly, those shutdowns, those 2 kills, gave him all the gold to get back in his advantage. He now has his mythic completed. The Everfrost, always a good buy on the Sylas to just continuously lock down opponents. Might have just changed the complexion of this mid lane and this game. Kaladin, but Delight might overextend once more. Immediately has to flash away from an engage. Could never move, pulls him back. The Cataclysm turned on Sack Delight's face, trying to heal his way through, but a traded shutdown a minute after Sack Delight picked up a double.
Sack to Light is his own biggest enemy, it feels like sometimes. Has these incredible fights where you're thinking, man, Sack to Light is pretty incredible work right there. And then you also watch him dash directly in with no vision after seeing the Jarvan a couple of times in the mid lane. And you're like, Sack to Light, why are you doing that? And right there, that was 100% a Sack to Light. Why are you doing that moment? And it's going to cost him as well. Loses his life, loses his shutdown, gives that one over. It's just unfortunate because you were just talking about how Sactolite is back in this game, and just as soon as he got back in, it feels like he is back behind. As we look across the rift, or Slayer is, we'll figure it out soon enough as we have another fight going on here. Good charm. There's teleport coming in as well. They have Kaladin. Kaladin gonna go in on Sutek. I believe we have Slayer back, but I'll call this one because it is easy to call. Sutek is going to fall. Surge gonna be the benefactor. Slayer, it's good to have you. You just missed a beautiful play.
Well, it looks like it's cashing a lot in for Novasphere Myth. That is a questionable Rift Herald drop. I don't know how I feel about that, but I guess they're using it as a distractor to take this Mountain Drake, so I don't hate it too much, but it's still not great. I mean, Shelly's not going to crash. Like, they're going to hold her. So you've now used first Rift Herald for first Dragon, which... Oh, no, come on, guys. Don't... Okay. I'm about to eat my words.
They get it. It is second Dragon, so they're able to stop the Dragon stacking, but I'm with you. I think that you would much rather use that on another instance. But yeah, it's a beautiful teleport right there from Kaladin in the bot side, and again, I cannot sing this player's praise enough. Has been an impressive player, but then this is the counterpunch. Is if we can look towards the top side tower, 4 tower plates, almost the entirety of a tower taken by the Ornn because of the Stand United and the teleport bot. And so while Kaladin's getting a lot of work done, 1-0 and 3, quietly this Ornn is up 20 CS and 4 tower plates, which means that they're going to be slightly up in gold.
I like this itemization as well from Valter. He rushes the Force of Nature, not necessarily for Kaladin's matchup, but because he knows exactly what AP is going to have to deal with. The Silas and the Talia, you're going to see Sack the Light go in as he still thinks he can battle this Swain. They both drop Demonic Ascension. Who can sap who quicker? It's a drain battle, and it's Sack the Light that's going to win it with a big adopt combo. Sack the Light back in the game again. It's tipsy-turvy with this one.
Yeah, he's just one of those players where, you know, there are players like that, you know, across the board. They're just an emotional player. You know, when he gets something that happens correctly, he feels like he can take down the world. And when something goes wrong, he can, you know, sometimes turtle up a little bit. Right there, he just says, you know what, caution to the wind. I will do what I need to do. Grabs himself a kill. The confidence is oozing from this player right now. Has meant he's died 3 times, but it also has meant that he's gotten 3 kills, and he's battled his way back into the game, into a good position. The gold lead still held by ID Hydra, but it is so little that it doesn't really feel like it is enough to really matter. And also, kind of important to mention, the gold lead, some of it's on this Ornn. And so while it does look like, yeah, you know, ID Hydra is in a good position because of the gold advantage, a lot of it is on this Ornn, which is not really where you want it to be.
How poetic is it, though, is it does look like Vault or Kaladin's going to get jumped on here. Sutek and company utilizing a lot of their abilities. I don't know where Tritsus came from. Oh, the Weaver Wall, he shows up and turns that fight. I'm completely topsy-turvy. There's nothing turvy about Sutek. There's a gray screen, and he falls.
Yeah, and again, I hate to be a broken record here. That was Kaladin. Kaladin had vision of the Jarvan. Was probably talking, oh, hold on a second.
Boy, the Infernum ultimate on the Moonlight visual is enough to set Epic Fail Guy up with a kill. Surge's Exhaust is not enough to brunt the damage. And now Aphelios gets a key kill for himself.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that Kaladin did have vision, so baited in the Jarvan for that kill. But then we got to go to the bot side because this Jinx has been fairly quiet and hasn't really gotten a lot of help, which means that he's going to be in a pretty big hole at this point. It's Aphelios doing very well for themselves. Epic Fail Guy, when they have won games, it has been on Epic Fail Guy's back. The Ezreal game in Game 1 comes to mind. Did have a very good Senna game. Obviously, they ended up losing it. This could be another big game where for Epic Fail Guy to have a lot of tempo. And we were mentioning it in draft, it needs to be Epic Fail Guy. Like, it just does. You have an 0-3 Jarvan. Your Swain is 4-3. That's great, but it's not nearly far enough ahead to solo carry fights in terms of damage. This Aphelios needs to be the one doing the damage.
Epic Fail Guy's investment early on to his farming skills has paid off. He's up more than a kill's worth of gold in there, but he also has a coal. So he started coal, and he's cashed that in already for its gold. Very, very inflated. You can see 1,000 gold ahead, and when the team isn't even 1,000 gold ahead itself, you can see how much of an effect that has. It's so much of a gold lead that Epic Fail Guy's computer is broken. Oh, nope, it's fixed.
Epic Fail Guy, maybe the quickest tech person in the world, as we do have the League of Legends book. Gives us a chance to talk about Epic Fail Guy a little bit more, I suppose. And the itemization. Storm Razor, I do think is kind of the way to go for the Aphelios mains out there. You know, you're an auto attack champion. You want to get your empowered autos off. Some movement speed as well. Things feel good. It's just a really good synergy item. And then grabbing those Berserkers as well. Just very, very far ahead. Has the Zeal. I mean, this is a very, very strong Aphelios. I want to see this Aphelios in the team fights because we have pretty much solely seen them in terms of the, you know, skirmishing in the bot side. I want to see when it comes to a 5v5 what this champion's able to do.
Oh, we're heading towards that marker where skirmishes become big-time fights. We've crested over the 16-minute mark. Novasphere Myth, they have that top prio thanks to Kaladin, and they're going to take that second Rift Herald. Hopefully they utilize that one better than they did the first one.
Yeah, that first one wasn't great, but they do get to chow, you know, the dragon. So, you know, as we were talking about, they need to be concerned about this because they do have the Jarvan here. Again, I feel like we've seen this how many times now where the Rakan has just dashed in and then had to dash immediately back out because there's nothing to be found. Sutek is here to make sure his bot lane is feeling comfortable, and they're feeling more than comfortable right now. I think that this is a very, very comfortable matchup. On the other side of things as well, this Jinx really struggles in the laning, but isn't so far behind where late game still could be a problem.
Could be a problem early on here as Sutek. Excuse me, no, that was Valter that does get pulled in. They've roamed the Ornn down for this Drake, I've assumed. Here's the power of Shen. Kaladin can go right back topside, and he doesn't even need to teleport. He has that up. He could just stand united back in for any fight here. So that's the power of the Shen, able to get a big push in towards that top side. Shelly gonna be dropped mid. Valter's now roam bot side, and they've caught out Skywriting, who immediately has to charm and knock up. Standing not gonna come out. Weaver's Wall is here as well. They're trying to pinch off the Ornn and the J4. How quickly can they burn them? Because Orion coming here over the wall. There goes Sutek falls, and the bot lane has to run away as well. Valter, half HP, good kickball to make sure that Treatsu Company can't go forward. But a beautiful global ultimate utilization there for Novasphere Myth. They turn a loss into a big win.
Yeah, and I love that from Kaladin, but I really love that from Skywriting. Kaladin playing on the edge. I mean, they just don't do damage to this Shen right now. I just wanted to say I love that from Skywriting. You fall low as the Rakan, your initial instinct is, I need to get out. But has the ultimate, has the shield, and says, no, I need to go back in, and they end up getting a kill from it. And critically, that's another assist for the Jinx, who we're starting to see the damage start to rain across. This could be a problem, you know, potentially for ID Hydra as this game goes on. They need to be concerned about this Jinx, because they've put them behind in the game, but they're not out of the game. And if they're focusing all of their efforts on this Shen, who, you know, by all means has been a huge problem this game, this Jinx should be able to just free him.
How poetic is it in a series where we've had 2 Cloud Souls, we get arguably the most powerful soul in the game for game number 4, a deciding game potentially. Ocean Soul and Novasphere Myth, on the back of that good play with their global ultimates, did pick up the Drake lead. They pick up the first Ocean Drake of the soul count here. And that is just such a terrible sight, most importantly in my mind, for what the solo lanes in Novasphere Myth can get done with that soul.
Yeah, Sutek is here to go against Kaladin. Kaladin doesn't care. There's the taunt, the knockup, the damage. Sutek, did you really want that?
Ooh, has to flash the wall. Flag and drags out. Skywriting still chasing Kaladin as well. One more flag and drag should get him out. But they don't want to jump that far for the jungler. They have a rocket coming through, and nope, it is going to whiff a little bit to the left there. But still a good play. It feels like Novasphere Myth are moving around the map so well that I'm going to use your joke. It's like they're playing with 7 players.
Yeah, that is my joke. I do say that quite a lot. Yeah, it's 4D chess for them. It does feel like they are just consistently in the right place at the right time. And, you know, the Kaladin problem is really starting to show, because that Jarvan got a full combo off. That's the Q that shreds armor, got an auto, the empowered auto. The only thing that he didn't land was a Cataclysm, and he did next to no damage. And so you need to be slightly concerned about Kaladin, who at this point, by all means, is a problem. I also like the purchase of the boots. I think you would expect on a tank, you know, I'm just going to build Tabbies, or I'm just going to build Merc Treads. I'm going to go for more tankiness. I like the fact that you want to throw out more of your abilities. You know, when you're on this Shen, you do get, you know, shields built into your kit, and so you are going to have innate tankiness already. No need to build tank boots as well. You just want to be throwing out more and more abilities. So I think that's good itemization right there.
Here comes the ability. Weaver's Wall. Look at the cutoff. They immediately force the flash out of Epic Fail Guy. Valter has to flash later. I pop into your screen once more. We're going to pop off your screen. One more break, folks. I hate to throw you through them as normal, but we got to get through a spectate delay. On the other side, do or die. It's a best of 1. Game number 5. Whatever you want to call it. Somebody has to blow up a Nexus to take the series. We'll have to find out if it's Novasphere Myth or ID Hydra with a ticket to the semifinals. We'll be back in just a jiff to figure that one out.
seen the walls come down, but here we all still stand. We are afraid if they let the fight around. They try to extinguish us. We are timeless in death. Hear the awakened world. Scream glory and scream courage. For here we stand in the path of victory. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. Through our last free breath and back again. We've seen our scars burn red and seen them turn to flame. We are the fire that guides our destiny. Yeah, the tide to finish us. We fight until the last. Hear the awakened world. Scream glory and scream courage. For here we stand in the path of victory. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. How many came to fight and die here? How many legions overcome? How many scars are left behind us? But there will be no rises. There's always light waiting on. Hear the awakened world. Scream glory and scream courage. For here we stand forever from this day. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. And we're still
Summoner's Rift for a 5th and final time. These two teams have given us an early indication that this playoffs is going to be a banger in Blue Honor League Diamond. But only one of them can advance. This is an elimination game. We have to say goodbye to one of these two teams. And for the first time, we're getting crafty with a level 1 here. Luckily for ID Hydra, Valter has spotted that one out. It's going to allow them to set up pretty well towards the bot side as well with invades.
Yeah, I think it's a trade of vision. You know, you've got all 5 members out, so they can just get a ward over the pit. I mean, it's gonna get seen is the thing, but they are still able to get some vision. I think the curious thing is the Poppy able to buy Oracle Lens and potentially punish that with this back? You'd imagine they're going to do so. Indeed, they are, and that vision is going to go goodbye, and it's going to be a +1 over to the side of ID Hydra. So the 5-man stack up does nothing. But this has been a back and forth series between both of these two teams. You love to see it, by the way. Also, we have an update. I believe we have an update on the other series. That one went to 5. That's one's at 5 right now as well, isn't it?
Yep. Thank you to Mr. Bully for the update. I'd also like to apologize for Bully that I waited too long to do this, but I do want to make sure to shout out the sponsor of the Blue Honor Diamond League and all of them, Coachify. Coachify GG. New platform for any esport coaches that are looking to get into the game. You get 0 commissions with it. The sign up is free. Anybody can create a profile. Anybody. Even Bonfire, who is not a great coach. Yeah, even you. For more information though, you can type exclamation point Coachify in the chat. We'd like to shout out Coachify for sponsoring. Honestly, I'm going to shout out them not only for sponsoring Blue Water, but to shout out them for sponsoring a lot of these Tier 3 leagues. They're really helping out along the scene, and I appreciate it a ton. And I'm sure Bully and everybody else here at Blue Water do as well.
Yeah, Coachify and Trolley, man. They love that amateur league. You love to see it as Kaladin and Valter going to take some trades early on. I think both of them have healing in their kit, so they should both still be fine. And indeed, they're both going to heal themselves up. So the thing is, right, and this is something we have to keep an eye out, is in the top lane. We talked so much extensively about Kaladin. Is he going to continue to have the same impact against a Tryndamere as he did on Gangplank against, I believe, the Jax? And that's the big question. And early on, we're starting to see it's no longer as easy pickings as it was in the first game, where you can just shove the Jax and roam. This game, it's going to be sitting under your turret for quite a while.
Yep, Kaladin's certainly getting tested, but we know how his gameplay turned out in the last game, and it's very interesting to see once more we've got more unique champions in game number 5, right? We've got the Soraka, Poppy, Tryndamere, all coming out. You can just feel that both these teams are reaching deep into their champ pools, their strategy bags for this win that they need so desperately.
Yeah, it is no longer just a want. It is no longer, yeah, it'd be nice to get the momentum, or, this is an important game because that means we can blah, blah, blah. This is an essential best of one. There is just the one game between these two teams, and it is all important, and Sutek wants to get it started early. Getting the stun off onto Kaladin isn't going to hit it, but that is good damage, and that is going to force a back out of the top laner.
Luckily for Kaladin, he does have a wave kind of shoving in. I do think that gank is going to allow Valter to kind of freeze the wave, so it's a tough spot. So good heads-up play there from Sutek to get out on the Rift first. We talked about how powerful Maokai is. He's not usually first to aggress to most positions.
Look at Sutek.
Sutek is taking that. Oh, wow. The camp.
Oh, this is so good. I love this from Sutek.
Okay, he's not close enough to a wall. Flashes to get the wall stun. Beautiful orange usage there from Kaladin. Immediately cleanses the stun and flashes. So you get summoners out, but you also get flashed off Sutek. I don't hate that for Kaladin.
I think it's tough for Kaladin. I mean, it's the best possible situation, sure, but you just backed and teleported in. Now you're at low health once again, and you have to be concerned about Sutek, who, by the way, is still camping topside. Does look like Kaladin's going to spot this one out, but man, I love this from Sutek. The only issue is that the clear is going to be very, very slow. But it's actually even with this Maokai, and is going to be able to get the crab.
Okay, well now Tritsu wants his taste of top lane fun, but can't get onto Valter just yet. Is able to just dash away. But he's only doing this to help shove the wave. Yeah, that's the most important part. But now Sutek has showed up. They favor themselves in the 2v2. Gangplank not strong at this point in the game. Full Rage Bar available for Valter as well. Mid lane, Sack the Light is once again low on the Silas versus the Swain. But are we resorting to like level 1 games where you duo up top side? All right, nothing to come of it.
Yeah, I was told that top was weak and not important, and both of these teams did not get that memo apparently, because it has been all the presence from all of the junglers in the top side. We're seeing a lot of battling it out. I think both of these teams recognize how important Kaladin is for Novasphere. It's can I get my top laner ahead to be a carry? And for ID Hydra is, can I put this Gangplank behind to not be important? And guess who's back up here?
Okay, well, Tritsu's around here, but he's lower. He's getting burned down, stunned up. That's first blood. I mean, flashes. Oh, that's a painful flash. Valter gets first blood, and he also has ultimate available. They could realistically go for this dive. Ultimate advantage for Valter. This has got to be the play here. Kaladin is really pressed up against the wall. Valter has to make sure to pull aggro. He does. Sets up the stun beautifully. Sutek is actually the one tanking. It makes it a little risky, but they make it play without ultimate. Valter doesn't have to drop that Undying Rage, and my god, what a lead for ID Hydra's top laner.
Yeah, ID Hydra woke up at this point. This looks so much better for them after that fantastic end of Game 4. We're starting to see something that we haven't seen from them since Game 1, the beginning of Game 1. Since really the end of Game 1, it's been really dicey. I believe both are going to survive here, but
the healing from Sack Delight makes it close, but he ultimately has to flash out as well. Tritsu doesn't have flash. Imagine if he didn't burn that flash for first blood. That would have been a kill on to Uwu, but it's only going to trade of flashes.
Yeah, hindsight's 20/20. You know, there's no way of knowing if you flash there as the Maokai, if you can survive or not. But it is true. You know, you look back at that and what if?
Oh man, imagine if it was actually Sacto Light that got thrown into that wall. A lot of imagine if scenarios going on right here, but it's worth talking about because it's the difference. It's a game of inches in game number 5s. And who knows what this looks like if a couple of those plays go the way of a Novasphere myth.
Yeah, I will say with that push, getting the Silas out of lane does mean that they are going to be able to take this dragon. And we're starting to see the downfall of Jinx. You know, I did mention it in draft. I'm not thrilled with the Jinx pick. And I think it's for this exact reason, right? You just get shoved in so much. And you do have to give up a lot of objectives because of it. Had to take a reset. And because of that, you are in an uncomfortable position where, you know, you have to give up those early objectives. So it is a first dragon going over to ID Hydra. This Aphelios still doing very good for themselves in the bot lane.
Yeah, he's got himself a nice sizable farm. Both bottom laners have decided to opt into Coles, so kind of sacking any craziness towards the top side. Maybe that's why you're also seeing both the junglers path top side. Obviously, one has gotten a lot more success, and you're seeing him now, Sutek, getting his farm up, but yeah, this Tryndamere is in much control. Kaladin is really pressed up to make something out of nothing because I don't see how he even wins trades with this Tryndamere, and you can see how tough it is. I mean, he just has to play completely off of his wave.
Yeah, and I think another important part of it is if this Tryndamere ever does go in, I do feel like you might have to burn the ultimate on the Gangplank. And that's not a fantastic thing because you want to use that ultimate as a global. You want to help out your bot lane. You want to help out your mid lane. But just using it for a slow to get the Tryndamere off you is never a good feeling. In the bot side, Jinx able to get a tower play. So that's pretty important right there. Making sure that this Jinx is in this game is going to be paramount because in the last game, it did feel like Surge just did not have the impact that we would expect out of a Jinx. Even though, at one point, I believe they were 4-1-2, still was not that important by the late game. The Aphelios just outscaled it, and we're seeing that right now.
And here we go. Here's the Tryndamere attacks. Pops Ghost, immediately forces the flash out of Kaladin. Won't go undeterred to try and kill him with Undying Rage, but I mean that was one trade. He went forward one time, got a couple autos, and it cost Kaladin so much.
Yeah, and Kaladin doesn't have teleport, so actually does have to stick around. I think is going to try to maybe take a plant right here, but yeah, this top side is nightmarish for this Gangplank right now. Down 50 CS and 2 kills. This is maybe the worst possible case scenario is, we've seen this one before, Soak the Light.
Sack the Light missed the Epsilon Abduct and pays for it. Another great position from Sutek, and this one's turning into a rout here. Tritsu trying to get something back on the other side. Orion's shield is just enough. He dodges the rocket. An Epic Fail guy might be able to turn this as well. One more auto. Everybody limping away from this bot side fight. but it's mostly going to hurt Novasphere Myth as they're crying to crawl back in this game.
Yeah, this is rough because they desperately needed a kill right there. Just any sort of gold influx, which they have not been able to get. I mean, Volter is just taking turret plates right in front of Kaladin, right in front of his face. So disrespectful. I mean, up 2 tower plates, 2 kills, 50 CS. Is gonna back soon. Doesn't have teleports, but should be able to walk back into lane. And if we can check just on the gold that he is sitting on right now, 1,800 gold he's sitting on, my friend. Almost a full item. I think actually with the back and the components he has, should have a full item before really anything that Kaladin can get.
And that 1,800 gold is
It is
almost,
Berserkers.
Yeah, it's equivalent to the lead in gold that he has over Kaladin right now, nearly 2,000. And the gold lead is just ballooned for ID Hydra with their mid lane lead as well. Their solo lane showing up, and it's to the tune of a 3.5K gold lead at 11 minutes.
Oh man, this series was so good. So much back and forth between these teams. If you're Novasphere, I think you're going to look back at Game 4 and you're going to think what could have been. You had that lead, you had an opportunity to put it away, and the Aphelios just scaled on you. Game's not over yet, but it is looking dicey. And ID Hydra, I think this is something, again, we haven't seen out of them since the beginning of Game 1, where they just look so dominant. They're just choking them out of the game. It just doesn't feel like, it's kills, it's fights, it's invades, it's CSing. It just feels like they are playing a whole different game right now.
Hate to make the rub salt in the wound with this reference, but when was the last time you watched a game where an Aphelios scaling ruined it for a team?
Whoa.
All right, we're not going to talk about it because Uwu's getting jumped on here. And topside, there's also a trade. Nature's Grasp, but Uwu gets back to his turret. Ooh, just misses the never move. And Sutek once again, he's always in the right place at the right time, matching Tritsu. Is that a kill? Is that a dive with Sutek not there? We'll never know.
He could be. I mean, there is still flash on Tritsu, so if Tritsu wanted to flash under tower to get the root, it potentially could have been. But like you said, Sutek in the right place at the right time. And yeah, it is been tough right now. Kaladin's dead.
Oh, Cannon Barrage with the flash to secure the crit auto. Volter not taking any chances and finally explodes. 3-0 on the top side. And this gangplank that was so glorious for Novasphere Myth in Game 3 is now dirt broke and out of it in Game number 5.
Yeah, and I don't know if they can take this. They do have a teleport coming in from the Silas, but the Swain is close as well. Unless they find it fight early, I'm not sure.
Oh, there's Breath of Light. Orion is soon to die, though. Good throwback for Tritsu. Gets a shield. What an Inferno Moonlight Vigil. Nothing can go right for Novasphere Myth. Epic fail guy getting in on the killing spree. Forces the flash away from Sky Riding. This is getting just diabolically hard to watch.
Yeah, how about Epic fail guys? Aphelios just blowing him up. Volter just took the entirety of the turret, by the way. There's going to be more plates coming the bot side. Slayer. This is looking tough. This is looking very, very tough. Oh, for Novasphere as well, a team that...
It's a 5K gold lead at 14 minutes.
For Novasphere, it could get worse as well, is the worst part. I mean, look at how low that tower plate is. If they're able to knock it down, that's more gold going in favor. There's more towers, or more plates to take down. That's first turret falling. They are going to take resets here. And with turret plates falling, I think, that gold influx is gone, but... I mean, for Novasphere, this is a team that, nobody expected to be here. They were a team that I think a lot of people doubted, and we were proven wrong, in Game 2 and 3. And, we were shown that this is a team that maybe does show up to playoffs and can make things happen, can make the potential miracle run occur. But they are just running out of gas right now, and they're sputtering to the finish line. They might not even make it.
I want to make sure to highlight the fact, it might sound like we're Novasphere Myth fans, the way we're talking about this game. No, we're not. We're just fans of the sport at the end of the day, casters. And the way this series has gone, I mean, we started with a 43-minute Game 1 where we had no idea who was going to win. And the series kind of reflected that. So, our dismay is not the fact that it's not Novasphere Myth winning. It's the fact that we've had the most blowout game, at least so far through 15 minutes of all of them, in the game number 5 of all of them.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? It's not about Novasphere as a team. It's about the series, and it's about how interesting it is to watch as a viewer. You know, if you're just a neutral fan, you're watching this, and if you've sat through everything, you've sat through 5 hours with us of gameplay, of back and forth, of storylines, of picks and bans, craziness across the board, just for this. And it's kind of it's sad to watch. We'll see if they have anything left in the tank. Down one, thrown up. 2020 down one. It's a good team. Trying to emulate that, trying to be the showmaker. A showman, they need that right now. And Saktalat might try to take that on his plate, but I don't know, man. Feels tough to be in.
And they might just look to dive him. Sutek is here, and they're really just doing to secure the turret. That
Oh my
teleport is
God,
too
yeah.
late. Kaladin really wanted to get there, but nothing can go right for this guy after such stardom. In the last 3 games, we go mid here. Nature's Grass are trying to get Epic Fail Guy, but yeah, I mean, that Shirelia's, they run away. There's no catch. There's nothing.
Yeah, and Saktalat could be in trouble here. He's going to be able to get the slow on the Tryndamere, so Tryndamere does have to back up. Both teams struggling right now. Well, I suppose only one team struggling right now, but one player is especially struggling. And look, I gotta say it, right? If I'm gonna be the biggest Kaladin fan when he's having a good game, I have to be critical when he's not doing so well. And this game has been a Kaladin disaster. Realistically, there have been some points where maybe if one thing goes a little different, something could change. But you gotta give credit over to Sutek and Valter. They knew the assignment, they knew what they had to do, and they have just put this incredible star player behind. And Kaladin has made some unforced errors as well. It's been a disaster. That might be a kill.
And Sutek is carrying his lead forward. Nearly burns Surge down as the Poppy. Might get caught here now. Twisted Advance, they're going to try and lock down Sutek, but the roots don't come across. It's in the face of Tritsu, who now bears the full brunt. There's a good barrel. Sutek very low. Kaladin wants it. There's the kill. They're on the board. Something for Novasphere Myth, but what will it cost at the end of the day? Sack the Light, 1 versus 2 now. Versus the bottom lane here for ID Hydra. Whiffs the Moonlight Vigil. He stole away. He hijacked it. And Epic Fail Guy flashing forward. You know it's bad when Aphelioses are flashing after Silas's. And that's where we're at now. Killing spree for Epic Fail Guy.
Yeah, I mean, it looked good. They're able to get a kill. Kaladin, maybe some money in his pocket. Not the end of the world. By the way, 4v5 that entire time. Valter just took tier 2 in the bot side. So, yeah, maybe the most fed member in the game, maybe the most important member in the game wasn't even present for that fight. And that just goes to show where this game state is at. They're going to continue to lose out across the map. And you talk about 5,000 at 13. It is now 7,000 at 18. It's not even that they're winning. They're continuing to snowball. And that's the worst part of it, right? It does feel like right now, Novasphere just cannot stop the bleeding. There's nothing that they can do about this. They're continuously losing out.
And they're looking for plays still, but you've rooted up a Tryndamere that is a silent killer. Props the Undying Rage. She really wants Tritsu. Red-White don't fight, and Epic Veil Guy showing why. They do get the shutdown. The Undying Rage does drop for Valter. So that's a shutdown, a 1-for-1. Yeah, and it went over to Skywriting.
Who got the shutdown, Slayer?
Skywriting.
The Soraka got the shutdown. The Soraka got the shutdown. It truly is. You could not write a script more depressing than this. Go to 5 games, a battle back, and then just everything goes wrong. And yeah, if you're a neutral fan of this, you are probably pretty sad. If you're a fan of Novasphere, or you're probably even more sad if you're a fan of ID Hydra. You are elated. You were pushed to the brink. You were, you thought you could potentially lose looking at the beginning of Game 4, but you're starting to see the hero plays come out of Epic Fail Guy and the rest of the team joining together, and ID Hydra woke up, my friend. They woke up at the right time, and they're going to push themselves to a potential semifinal. This game's not over yet, but, if the luck continues to go the way it has, if the skill it continues to go the way that it has, ID Hydra should book themselves a ticket.
Yeah, it's to the point where ID Hydra has to throw it.
Yeah.
Give a shot for Novasphere Myth. And not to pour, salt into the wound, but it's a Hex Tech still for game number 5.
Oh, my goodness.
And Novasphere Myth have no way into the pit. They have no way to really contest this until they're going to bottleneck to try and stop Soul. but it's looking like a 25-minute potential Hextech Soul if it even gets that long. I don't hate this. This is a desperation play, but
Here we go.
you gotta try and flip it. But God, does it take forever to burn down this Baron on spawn
They
when
don't
your
know,
Jinx
though.
has 1.5 items? Well, now they do.
Yeah, they don't know, though. Now they do. Volter should see this, but they don't know, and that's the thing. They could turn on Volter here. No ultimate.
He does have a Dying Rage. He gets it up. He's going to try and trade out one kill here. Just hashing, slashing, spinning slash. Gets Tritsu. All right, that's a trade. Shutdown comes across. Once again, Cowden gets it. But they're burning resources mid lane. And Orion's making sure they can't just back to get back to turret. He's trying to pinch them. Shelly's crashing into a second wave. Sutek is here as well to escort them back to their base the hard way. They're going to lose even more. They're going to get their base broken open, all for a kill onto Volter. Now they're going in for more. Good Keeper's Verdict, though, from Sutek. Gets the Silas, gets a stun off as well onto Kaladin. Didn't have a shot in hell. Ooh, going forward. Demonic Ascension just sapping everyone to death. Sack the Light, soon to fall. Skyriding will fall. The Infernum. Moonlight Vigil gets it. Sutek in on it. You cut off one head of the Hydra, and 3 more spawn. Make it 4 with the rest of the team from ID Hydra. The work they've done. Inhibitor down. Tritsu's going to fall as well. Do they just push the win?
I think they could end right there. They're deciding not to. They want to cross their T's and dot their I's. A beautiful team fight right there. Orion sticking around just a little bit too long, but not really too concerned with the kickball at his feet. I think they could have potentially won that right there with the death timers. They decide not to. They see Baron in the eyes, and realistically, they don't really have to be too concerned. They're up 10,000, 9,000 gold. So this game's going to go on just a little bit longer. But yeah, they find a pick. You saw how much it cost them just to get that pick onto Volter. It was a trade pick, and then they lost basically the entirety of their base, and then the fight commenced, and they lost so much more. So you're starting to see how hard it's going to be. And again, they're going to just continue to slam the Baron. And this is the right play, right? Because you cannot let this game go long because there's Nephelios. You can't play a team fight because you're down 9,000 gold. You just kind of have to hope for a miracle flip. And that's exactly what they're going to do.
I mean, at this point, now they're just going to try to stop the backs, Sutek and company, because Volter on the bot lane is on the inhibitor turret. So Sutek and company, they'll go for the steal, they'll try and stall, they jump forward onto Tritsu, they're burning the jungler, they want to get rid of him, and my god, look at the damage from Epic Felga on the back end. Baron is secure, though, by Novasphere Myth, and they're trying to fight their way back out, but they've just run out of resources. They're out of gold. They've at least stalled the Baron. They can get the Baron back, so obviously they don't lose the game to Volter. But it's just cause and effect right now. You do one thing and you lose a bunch on the other side. And Volter also doesn't give a crap about Skyriding. Dives under turret. Will have to pop Undying Rage. But it's a small price once more.
Yeah, it is the blood tax. They have to pay it. They're going to lose the top tower right here. And I think they're probably going to lose the tier 2 as well, or the inhibitor turret as well. Even if you take out the entirety of the top side of the map, the jungle, the top laner, and the mid laner, and you reset them all to 0, 0, and 0, I think the Nephelios can carry this game. And I think we're seeing that right now. Even when they don't have Volter in the fight, it's not really close because of the Nephelios. But they want to go for a fight here. Could be potentially low health bars.
Cannon Barrage, Ryan's way too low. Uwu has to go golden, but look how much health he gets back in golden form. He's going to get chunked down and rooted. Big damage. Sack the Light will fall. Great Moonlight Vigil once more from Epic Fail Guy. He's full health. Free hitting once more. A double kill. Epic Fail Guy looking for all the glory. The Twisted Advance, they will lock him down. Surge needs to start free firing. A good flash from Epic Fail Guy. He's got a triple kill. He's kiting back, but he wants it all. Orion will steal away one of the kills. They get the shutdowns, but it's an ace for ID Hydra.
Yeah, and that's the game right there. Volter's just going to march these minions in. ID Hydra taking care of business in Game 5. Novasphere, you tried your hardest. You did everything you could. You won 2 games, my friend. You could have won the 3rd. It was so close. But a comeback in Game 4 and a win in Game 5 will ensure that ID Hydra march on forward towards the semifinals.
Over 10,000 gold difference. Our quickest game of the series. 24 minutes. Anticlimactic for the series. Ever jubilant for ID Hydra. Congratulations, we can talk about how depressing it was to watch that bad of Game 5, but I gotta give credit over to ID Hydra. You were down in multiple points of this series. There was a point where it looked like this was going to be 3-1 Novasphere Myth, but to fight back and have your most compelling win in game number 5 bodes so well for your team's confidence and just the confidence of the squad for the rest of the playoffs, because this is just the start, Bonfire.
Yeah, this is the first series we're gonna see. It's kind of incredible to see, and I'm excited to see, how the rest of this playoffs goes. We will be here, back and forth with the rest of the casters. So, you and I have to keep an eye while we're not casting. But I hope to see more out of this ID Hydra team. I think we've seen, where they can go when they play at their top level. They are dominant. They are so strong. When Sutek and Valter are on the same page, when you give Epic Fail Guy an AD carry who he feels comfortable on, honestly, on the 2 games that they lost, it's kind of because they were messing around a little bit with some of the AD carry picks. I mean, remember those Senna games? The
Yeah.
Callista game was really weird. I think the Jinx game wasn't the best. But when you put them on Aphelios and Ezreal, on champions that can actually carry these games, there's no doubt about it. This is the best AD carry in the BOL Diamond League. I'm just going to go say it. Epic Fail Guy is an unbelievable player. And I think that once they have their MO and they figured out their strategy, I think this is a team that you can have high aspirations on. And this is a team that you can get really, really excited about.
Yeah, and I want to give some roses to the Orion as well. I know Melio duty can be boring. There's not many places to have a big time impact, but to go for in 2 games, 2 elimination games, by the way, his stat line was 1-0 and 34. I mean, that's a support player's dream most of the time. So it doesn't really matter what support you're playing. So, I mean, that's another fold to this team. I think we figured out that ID Hydra are best when they play weak side bot. They let Epic Fail Guys scale up, and you put all your attention on shutting down different solo lane. This is what could just keep happening all playoffs long.
Yeah, it'll be fun to see what this, where this team can go. And I think we're starting to kind of get a feel for this team, which is always fun to see. With the regular season, you kind of are like, oh, they're trying different things out. It's a different meta, yada, yada, yada. But we're seeing on this meta, where this team is at. And we're seeing what their peak is, what their ceiling is as well. And, even with a couple of losses and Novasphere really working their ass off to, try to push this towards a win for them, ID Hydra is just relentless. And they take them down in Game 5 in dominant fashion, and they move on to the semifinals.
Congratulations to ID Hydra. Unfortunate finish here for Novasphere Myth. Put up a great fight. But fortunately for all you guys at home, this is just the start of the Blue Otter Diamond League playoffs. I know we already had our Masters playoffs, finish. That season's over for 2023, but now you've got the Diamond League to look forward to. I hope that the Slave Fire duo did you the justice that we felt it deserved in this series for quarterfinals. We won't be back next week. You will have, I'm pretty certain you'll have Narco and Go Farino taking you through the semifinals in here. And big shout out as always to Wookie, our big time producer, battling his devilish ISP to get us through this series. Big shout outs to him. And all you guys at home watching, we appreciate you. Once again, congratulations to ID Hydra moving on to the semifinals. We'll see you guys next time when we see playoff action rolls on. But until then, take care.